In the words of the famous song, "The drugs don't work," and I'm sure I've met your face again. Ladies and gentlemen and others, I welcome all of you to the Chris Chan and Drugs Quickie article of 2026. And as we can see from the very, very beginning, new information. Now, this is the thing I always come back to, ladies and gentlemen, and it's always worth noting is that even though Chris Chan, we know more things about Chris Chan than we know about Julius Caesar and Winston Churchill, there is always new things that always crop up, things that always surprise us all, even from somebody who, to be honest, doesn't really surprise us at all. So that's why we are going all the way back to the beginning. And it all starts with the DRUGS, or the despicable mention of rude words and drugs. It's a good thing that Chris thought to put in dashes in this. He's made the word nearly twice as long as it needed to be. A drug is any substance other than food that changes an organism's physiology or psychology when consumed. Bold statements only on this channel. Much like putting things up his you-know-what, recreational drugs were something that Chris used to preach against, until he eventually tried alcohol and discovered he loved the somewhat pleasant effect. As of the year 2021, Chris has consumed caffeine, cannabis, and alcohol. He has yet to smoke a cigarette or try any hard drugs such as cocaine. Now, to be fair to Chris, I would highly advise people from taking cocaine because, among many other things, do you guys actually know, just a little pop quiz before we continue, do any of you guys at home, do you actually know what goes into the production of cocaine? Among many other things, petrol. They have to actually cook it in petrol before they, of course, distill it, and they have to package it and manufacture it and then sell it on to consumers. Guys, petrol does not belong in the human body. Petrol belongs in my car engine. It does not go in my body. If I wanted to just drink up petrol after petrol, I would have just gone down to a garage and literally gone, just gone hog wild, and then probably be lying, growling in pain on the floor. I don't know what would knock me out first, but the crippling stomach acid or probably the fumes. You tell me. Chris has also been on a litany of prescription and over-the-counter drugs to treat his various ailments. However, from what we'll be seeing in this article, there are some things you simply cannot recover from or get a quick fix from, or even solve in a hurry. Prescription drugs. Prescriptions for mental health. Due to Chris's autism, he has had to take a variety of prescription drugs over the years. As of the year 2000, Chris has been taking the antidepressant Paxil for his autism, which increased from 20 milligrams to 30 milligrams after his psychiatric diagnosis. Now, I don't know about you guys, but 30, that's still really, really strong. But sometime before December 2009, he stopped taking it, and instead began to be taking paroxetine, citing Paxil side effects. Interestingly enough, both have the same chemical composition, meaning both are technically the same drug, but just with different trade names. If word ever gets out that Chris felt paroxetine didn't have the same side effects as Paxil, no, that is just an example of the placebo effect. It is possible, however, that Paxil/paroxetine side effects included making orgasm harder and increased potential for weight gain. Sometime afterwards, however, Bob found out about its side effects and switched to fluoxetine. It is likely she switched relatively recently, as she still mentioned paroxetine well into October of 2017. Actually, that's a good question. Why did Chris not look into, the side effects of his medication? I mean, if I was on any sort of medication, absolutely I would be looking into it, because What, even from, trained pharmacists and chemists, are you just going to take their word for it that this is going to make your life better and this is what you need, so therefore go hog wild, just take whatever we're telling you to do? Are you really trying to tell me that? Would you guys do that? I wouldn't, but that's just that's more of a perspective for age really than anything else. In that same paper, it also mentioned his taking of impiramine, an antidepressant for unknown reasons, prescriptions for other ailments. For the majority of his life, Chris has had cholesterol problems. To combat this, instead of eating healthier and getting exercise, literally something 99% of people would have just done, Chris eats junk food and exercises very occasionally while taking Lipitor, as though there was somehow a surplus, a cholesterol lowering drug. While Lipitor and similar drugs can have a positive effect in lowering the cholesterol levels of those taking it, if one doesn't change their lifestyle as well, there will be little change in the cholesterol level. Chris, having taken Lipitor since at least August of 2009, has had some improvement with his cholesterol levels. He got a score of 140 milligrams, which, while not low, is not that high either. Since Chris is very, very, very unfit, corpulent would be a way to describe Chris, it's likely that Lipitor seems to be doing a decent job. It's worth noting that, as Casey and her dad pointed out, he started taking the drug in his 20s, when it and other statins are really meant for people above the age of 40, and are only recommended for younger patients when the risk of early cardiovascular disease is that high. Yeah, you know what? It must be said. I've never heard of anybody in my age or when I was, 5 years younger. I've never heard of anybody right about that age ever having to take Lipitor. Yeah, it's strange that. Well, actually, no, it's not that strange. How about you just do things for yourself? Because trust me, if Chris was taking Lipitor at 20, I would have been damn certain to say that he would not reach 30 unless you actually start losing that around your heart. Chris also takes a drug to combat blood pressure, likely a blood thinner concerning his fat high diet. It is known that Chris also takes antibiotics for urinary tract infections. For some reason, I get the impression that Chris was probably told that all you have to do is just take blood thinners and Lipitor, and therefore you can literally pig out beside a Burger King fryer literally all day long, and you can pig out. You don't have to do anything, and it will just fall off, or at the very least, you won't collapse and die from heart disease. Mind you, with that being said, it could be also synonymous with Chris just being so heavily sedated and set in his ways that, well, what's even the point? But you can't live your life, ladies and gentlemen, thinking, well, there's no point, so why try? It's a very, very defeatist attitude, but that's Chris. Defeatist is almost too good of a word. HRT. Ever since May of 2015, Chris has been taking various forms of hormone replacement therapy, or HRT, to successfully transition. Estrogel. Normally, transgender people plan out gender transitions with doctors to ensure safety throughout the process, especially if they are taking hormones. And what you see right here is Chris believing an appropriate form of hormone therapy, which is literally just taking estrogel and slavering all over his body. And he calls it like buttering bread. And my God, Chris, you do not look that clever. That's the face of somebody who has no idea what they are doing. I mean, smile a little bit, Chris. Please, just, I don't know, something, anything. It's probably that same level of ridiculousness as to why Chris's hair is this state, because Chris didn't follow the instructions about when he did get his hair dyed. He looks like Krusty the Clown on crack. Look at him. Unfortunately, Chris did the exact opposite. In 2015, he acquired estrogel, a hormone replacement therapy cream meant for postmenopausal women. So Chris didn't even get what he was supposed to have been given. What a surprise! I mean, that does not shock me at all. And by the way, if it doesn't shock you guys, I just want you to know Chris's entire life is based on a myriad of poorly thought out ideas and doing things without consulting anybody or taking any advice from anybody, even if it is a case of tough love. It is meant to be prescription only, but Chris got around the requirement to see a doctor by ordering it through offshore pharmacy. Estrogel has high health risks, such as fluid retention, weight changes, rise in blood pressure, potentially disastrous for an obese person like Chris, and blood clots. And that is when it is applied properly via a small dosage on the arm once per day. He even managed to fail at following the directions on the package, as shown in estrogel application and vibrating bra how to which he slavers the cream onto his stomach like buttering bread. And again, that's why does Chris look like face like a smacked arse? Look at it. Kim Wilson revealed that he was taking the hormones in May of 2015, and Chris mentioned the drug again as late as August of 2016. Throughout 15 to 16, he repeatedly complained via Facebook posts of feeling dizzy and ill, but failed to connect the dots and think that it could be caused by taking overdosages of a black market drug without a physician's approval. Proper HRT. Now, at some point in the fall of 2016, he finally went to a medical professional and was prescribed proper HRT. Imagine the face of the doctor if he found out what Chris was actually doing to himself. In his interview with Copper Cab, Chris mentions he takes the testosterone blocker spironolactone, which he nicknamed Spyro the Dragon, and estradiol to assist in transitioning. Chris revealed in his March 2024 livestream that he has been taking estradiol and, allocidone for years, aka Spyro the Dragon. That's actually something that has made my life a bit easier, just calling it that. Alcohol. Background. Like many things in his life, Chris has drastically changed his feelings about intoxicating beverages over the years. Chris once described alcohol as a slow-acting poison. In his future message video, he also touched on the subject during VivTag's AIM chat, where in line 309 he mentioned that he would not go to a singles bar because of it, and cigarettes. Mind you, Chris, you could always just say, you could always make up some excuse, like, you were the designated drinker, can I have a non-alcoholic beer or something like that? Or maybe Chris just didn't want to go. Maybe that's also the reason why. When asked about alcohol in Mumble Chat 2, he stated that it causes liver dysfunction and likely bar fights and automobile accidents. Chris delivered a particularly effusive tirade in one of his emails to Reggie Feels Ami. Also, I bet you smoke and drink, don't you? I speak against those as well, since they are tools to speed you to death with cancer, liver problems, bar fights, and automobile accidents. Give up the habits. They are beyond gross and disgusting. Because Chris does sigh a lot, so why not make it a character thing? Anyway, apparently early in 2009, but what you're seeing right here is, hello, what is this right here? That looks like a Long Island iced tea, and that looks like a caterpillar crawling up Chris's neck. Discovery and use. Despite his initial feelings about alcohol, a hypocritical video of Chris drinking a Long Island iced tea was uploaded to YouTube on the 12th of June 2009, showing us signs that perhaps Chris is willing to throw all his principles out the window when the chance to impress a female arises. That type of cocktail isn't recommended for novice drinkers either, due to having a rather strong amount of alcohol ingredients like vodka, triple sec, rum, tequila, and gin. If he didn't choose to drink it based off being referenced in The Simpsons, It's possible Chris did so because he assumed, due to its name, that it was literally just iced tea with some alcohol mixed in. You you couldn't be more wrong. Oh, and by the way, look at this. Finally loosened up and flew to Long Island June 12, 2009. Keep it responsible. Only one in a day, or seven or less in all weeks. Mind you, with that being said, that look again. That look does look really really strong, doesn't it? I've never had a Long Island iced tea myself, but to be honest, I think there's. I mean, I've only just started using like porn star martinis and stuff like that. Martinis is like far more my sort of thing. But take things rather slow. Is how I do it. There's no rush and there's no hurry, unless of course margaritas are the bomb, as some people have told me. Anyways, alcohol was mentioned briefly in a video shortly after titled "I'm Sorry, Dude." In this video, Chris makes an offer to treat Logan to drinks as opposed to his past offers of coffee or soda, to those whom he wanted to get to know. Alcohol was briefly revisited again on camera in Chris's Big Ol' Night Out 2, where Chris was seen drinking. Chris's first recorded video where he appeared visibly intoxicated was Bless the Fans, Curse the Trolls. Alcohol began a slow and steady progression into Chris's life. This was made obvious in an email to Regina where he said, I've also tasted Mike's Hard Lemonade, Budweiser, Miller, Michelob, Samuel Adams, and a couple of others, and I look forward to sampling more varieties of liquor. Budweiser is apparently his brand of choice, based on eyewitness reports from Fridays After 5 and his account of a trip to a bar prior to visiting the game place on the 6th of June 2010. Meanwhile, a video from mid-October 2010 showed Chris looking Kahula straight from the bottle, although he didn't seem to enjoy it too much. Also, wait, hang on, Budweiser of all things is Chris's drink of choice. It tastes like dishwater. What a who thought that's like who thought Budweiser's like dear me, like actually get a proper drink. You want a proper drink, proper beer? Peronis, Stella Artois, brown ale. Get yourself some actual brown ale and a man's lager or some Hobgoblin. They are it's absolute gems. Oh God, I want a Peroni like right now. I'm so, that damn it. I have not, and I haven't had a Peroni in months, and I'm really going to start laxing on it just because I question why Chris would want Budweiser more than anything else. Anyway, when a correspondent in Mailbag 6 challenged him regarding his shift in attitude, Chris replied, I discourage underage drinking fully. I wanted to try it once for myself. Well, guess what, Chris? When I turned 18, and when I ordered a beer, like for the first time I actually ordered a beer for myself, it was, for some reason, it tasted even better than I could ever hope for. And that, ironically, it was a Peroni of all things, so I take pride in that fact for some reason. Oh well, yeah, you never forget your first though, do you? In Mailbag 16 from December 2009, he described his drinking habits in more detail. I am more of a social drinker. I generally do not spend a weekly amount on drinks. I only drink at like a party or with a friend on rare occasions. This remark was met with some skepticism from trolls since Chris has no friends, much less anyone who would want to invite him to parties. Even when discarding his original hardline attitude, though, Chris still found opportunities to get a little preachy regarding the demon liquor. In Mailbag 33 from early January of 2010, he remarked, and alcohol in responsible moderate amounts. It can be good for you, yet I do not support too much of it, as if left unchecked, unresponsible, or unassisted, too much can lead to fights that can lead to a trip to the hospital and automobile accidents. He also, in Mailbag 5, advanced the bizarre theory that drinking while pregnant can provoke homosexuality in the child. Chris, I've got news. That's complete. Don't talk shit, Chris. On the 6th of June, 2010, Chris revealed that he had been drinking at a bar before driving to the game place and getting into a confrontation with a manager. Alcohol may be contributing to Chris's declining health. I'll go one further. Yes, it probably, yeah, actually, it probably is. Since his decision to leave the internet and instead seek real life interaction, Chris has revealed to us that he spent most of his day sitting in bars and playing on his Nintendo DSi. While he once claimed to be a social drinker, it is becoming quite obvious that he is anything but. Chris's childlike perception of the world is most likely deafening his awareness to the substance's advancement of relevancy in his life. At this point, he may be turning to alcohol for escapism. Also, alcoholism has been proven to be a telltale sign of Peter Pan syndrome, which clearly applies to Chris. In addition, Chris, being the slow in the mind that he is alleged to add raw sugar to his beer on a regular basis. Why not just get some cider instead, Chris? Because it's quite a lot sweeter than beer, so why not just do that instead? Copperberg cider is literally the absolute dog's bollocks of all ciders in the world. Why not just get? I don't get it. Not only is this unnecessary, but may lead to further problems in the near future. Rotting teeth, gum disease, diabetes, stuff. It is obvious that with Chris's current loneliness and depression, his alcohol usage may yield repercussions in his life. And it did. In July of 2016, Chris, while thought to have been drunk and depressed over the lack of progress of his gender transition, I'm just going to highlight this here because, quite frankly, it's disturbing to say, and even more disturbing the fact that Chris very nearly got himself killed because of this practice. Okay, moving on. Alcohol made another appearance in Cherokee and Chant performance, in which Chris states he had 5 swigs of vodka. And Chris somehow still managed to do a dance for some reason. I can't work out why. I mean, if I had quote unquote 5 swigs of even whiskey, I would probably be bouncing off the walls. Ironically, I can remember that night very, very well. It was St. Patrick's Day. There's a reason why they put St. Patrick's Day in the middle of Lent. The TT squad, aged 18 to 19, tried to get Chris to buy them Reeb in 2018. In 2021, enabler Kawaii Sandbag revealed that Chris had told him in messages that he would drink heavily once every few weeks. Even with known accounts of Chris's past alcohol usage, this news was surprising and concerning. The holy labels, which Chris has been sending to fans from jail, are extremely intended to be used for drinking non-alcoholic beverages. This is a strange inversion of the Christian rite of Holy Communion, which most Christian denominations celebrate using wine, although some Protestant denominations use non-alcoholic grape juice. I think it's specifically sherry is what they use, but what do I know? Strange, however, that they never thought to do like a sherry-based alcoholic beverage called the Blood of Christ. Maybe they can't use the word blood for some reason. You could get them on the Trade Subscription Act for that, Chandler family and alcohol. It is interesting to note that Cole Smithy mentions that Bob and Barbara Chandler met at a bar and acted like a couple of drunken losers. The Chandler's pre-fire family room had memorabilia from various brewing companies, including Ballantine and Bass, indicating that Chris's parents never shared his initial antipathy to alcohol even in their old age. Chris's family line has a history with alcohol. Chris's maternal great-grandfather, Robert Pettis Wynn, drank heavily and had a girlfriend during the time he was married. Family stories say he failed to provide even the most basic support of his wife and children. There are also others who say he was a moonshiner. In the comics, in Solitude, Chris refers to beer in all instances as Reeb, which is just beer spelled backwards. He probably thought this little emodilip very clever. At first glance, this seems odd, until you realize Chris was under the impression that solitude was targeted towards children, despite the graphic sexual scenes in issue 8 and frequent depictions of violent death. And so he feels he must censor any mention of alcohol in the comic. This is also a common theme in English translated anime shows such as Dragon Ball Z and Pokemon, particularly those aimed at a younger audience. Well, to that I say, what about that one that one Tom and Jerry short where Tom was drunk off his ass and they made no qualms about the fact that Tom was drinking what looked like home brewed whiskey. They might have been moonshiners, as far as I know. That's a revelation if ever I've heard one. Possessing or drinking alcohol was one of the worst crimes to commit in Quickville, and could have led to a $1,500 fine or 10 years in prison. The fact that Chris thinks that 10 years in prison and a $1,500 fine are interchangeable is indicative of his broader attitude towards money. And law, to be fair. It is also interesting to note that this punishment is much more lenient than the Quickville penalty for homosexuality, and you thought Chris was intolerant. I mean, he isn't. He isn't intolerant or anything like that. It's just the rules are kind of all over the place. Chris later said in his Rolling and Trolling video that the prohibition had since been repealed. Reeb is the drink of choice for the drunkards working at 4centgarbage.com. It should also be noted that there really is a drink called Reeb. It's a Chinese beer produced in Shanghai, though it's doubtful that Chris knew about it. I think Tiger is like one beer I might have had that came from the Far East. I've never had sake before or something like that, or some other stronger, where Japanese-based liqueur. It would be an interesting experience, and all of this drinking has got me thirsty. Tobacco. Good change of subject. Also, yeah, looking at that, I think it's going to take roughly the size of an entire Guinness factory to make that look. Actually, no, you probably have to. You would probably have to clear the gaff out. And smoking will eventually cause cancer, and it will. You'll be more likely to get heart attack, viruses, and your life will be cut drastically short. They don't call cigarettes and cigars death sticks for nothing. Other than killing you slowly, if I could, I would take every ounce of tobacco, put them on a rocket, and shoot them up to the moon. Tobacco, called tobacco by Chris, is a recreational derived from nicotiana plants. Now, if Chris could, he would send every last ounce of tobacco on the moon on a rocket to the moon. One of the prerequisites for a sweetheart, as it turned out, was that Chris has never veered from is that she be smoke-free. Given his flip-flopping regarding his hatred of alcohol, it is uncertain whether or not Chris has ever smoked. Although he did pretend to smoke a peace pipe for Jackie. Because the only way to compromise on Chris's principles in any way, shape, or form is to promise that a girl or a bird was behind it somehow. Chris on tobacco. In his famous future message on the 24th of February 2007, Chris expressed his wish for all tobacco to be shot to the moon. In an ED edit from the 10th of November 2007, regarding a comment about Christian Western Chandler's future message, Chris said he was uncomfortable about saying the word tobacco. Why, it's never brought up. Chris's tobacco rocket plan was elaborated in January of 2009. I have given thought of sending the tobacco to the sun, but then the smell from all that would likely emit from the giant star, the sun is not a star, and stink up our galaxy, possibly shortening the lifespan not only around the world, but the 8 other planets as well. Chris, I don't think life can be supported on the 8 other planets if we are going to include Pluto as a planet, which we won't, so therefore it's 7. Also, how do you imagine, the tobacco smoke is ever going to get there? What's it going to travel through? Travel through space? Well, how is it going to do that? There's no propulsion in space. Chris, that had to scratch my back there because I'm Chris. It's not going to work like that. I mean, also, what do you suppose is going to happen? People are going to go up in a rocket. They're going to open the hatch and they're going to take their helmets off and get in all that smoke. It's not going to work like that, Chris. Chris has also related a dream he once had regarding the risks posed by tobacco consumption. I was in a factory and I watched people lying on a conveyor belt with their mouths full of cigarettes, going through burning ovens, coming out singed, not on fire, then dunked into a huge tank of alcohol that dissolved them to dust, like acid would do, and their remains would come out of the factory's smokestacks in puffs of smoke and ashes. And another detail, the front of the factory is skull-shaped, aka Dr. Wiley's castle, it would seem. Chris has stated that tobacco and alcohol importation is the most severe crime in Quickville and warrants 10 years imprisonment or a $1,500 fine. In short, importing cigarettes is worse than rap, theft, murder, or even being gay in Quickville. Ironically, one of Chris's own ancestors was a tobacco farmer, according to his death certificate. Whoop-de-doo. Moving on, cannabis. Chris seemed to have an even stronger hatred for cannabis. Marijuana, pot, weed, one Clarky cat, cake, whatever you want to call it, despite it being hailed as a possible autism treatment. Well, if that's true, I would say it's a little bit late for that, isn't it? This is evidenced by the fact that, in Quickville, cigarette smokers are only given a US $1 of $115 fine, but those who simply possess weed are taken to a maximum security prison, the same place Quickville detains terrorist leaders, as was the fate of Kathleen in the Book 10 replacement. Interestingly enough, the Jamaican war veteran Enos, from the original Sonichu issue 10, somehow managed to escape this sentence, instead being forced into a soup hotel by Ultra Sonichu. Dialogue indicates it was because Sonichu believed he was actually smoking tobacco, despite Enos being as high as a kite, unintentionally revealing that Chris may believe tobacco and cannabis to be interchangeable. The fact that wacky tobacco was used as a name for cannabis back in the 1940s and 50s further adds weight to this theory. Because apparently Chris has the mindset of somebody stuck in the 1940s and 50s. In true Chris hypocritical fashion, it was revealed by Kim on Facebook that in July 2016, Chris had tried smoking cannabis at OmegaCon, and he was offered it at Impulse as well. Chris confirmed that he did try weed a couple of times in a Twitter comment. Thanks, not totally my thing, that kinda high, the couple of times aside. Under the influence of the idea guy, Chris changed Sonichu's official birthday to the 20th of April, or 420, often celebrated as a stoner holiday. However, given the idea guy's apparent obsession with Nazis and other offensive topics, this could also be a reference to the birthday of Adolf Hitler, or the date of the 1999 Columbine High School massacre. In 2018, Chris smoked pot with the TT squad, hanging out at their house to partake. Virginia actually legalized weed at a state level in July of 2021, making it the first southern state to do so. However, Chris spent the month hooked up on a different vice, which is still very much illegal. Oh, you dirty, dirty people. Caffeine. Being an avid Coca-Cola drinker, as proven by the many My Coke Rewards points he had, Chris is no stranger to caffeine consumption, though he curiously denied using caffeine in the autism papers. For some reason, his heavy soda consumption is likely to blame for his distorted sleep patterns, something Chris himself has corroborated. Notably, the 2014 house fire started after Chris tried to brew coffee in the bathroom early in the morning, causing a frayed extension cord to spark and set the house on fire. What was Chris even bothering to do at like 3 o'clock in the morning making coffee? Like, Chris doesn't have a job to go to, so what's he bothering getting up that early in the morning anyway? And with all that being said and done, ladies and gentlemen, that brings us very neatly to the end of the Chris and Drugs Quickie article for this year. One might argue that after going over a conversation this heavily sedated and talking about drugs, probably the next day we'll all be feeling a little bit low and wondering where our lives have really gone to. Yeah. I can understand again Chris's stout refusal on many, many things, sort of. But I also think it's just Chris is a moron even at the best of times because his only sole explanation as to why he hasn't is simply because he hasn't tried it. And strangely, Chris has been one to change his mind and flip flop every so often whenever something is brought to light or he has actually sat down and tried it. There are too many instances where that just happens, and Chris is like, oh, actually, you know what, I can get used to this. Thankfully, however, well, that's kind of all we need to know. And if you follow the articles talking about Chris's bizarro takes, or rather lack of direction for Paxil and Paroxetine and Spyro the Dragon are concerned, don't worry because it gets worse. And we'll be talking about that very, very shortly. But until all then, this train is ready to leave the station once again, so all aboard, and our next destination is just over the hill. So, let's go. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and I welcome all of you back to the fashion world. Now, listen, I am no Gok Wan, but because obviously, to be honest, nearly 9/10 of all my clothing is literally just black. But at the same time, it's my color anyway, and you can't really go wrong with black. However, what you're about to see, and listen, Chris's fashion sense, there's a reason why to the rest of the world it just looks like somebody has taken LSD whilst in the midst of a seizure, and you're about to find out exactly why. So let's get straight to work. First of all, your tax dollars at work. Now, we'll explain a little bit more about this, but basically, back in the day, Chris used welfare a lot to afford clothing from Goodwill, by the way. So, really, Chris's choice of clothing was rather, how shall I describe it, as piecemeal more than anything else. So, let's get to it. Oh yeah, you just love to see me in the old red, white, and blue. This is when Chris was at least 27, not this Chris right here. I wonder if somebody held up a mirror to Chris, and because and how old was Chris, by the way, when this was like 6, 7 years old, something like that. Anyway, Chris has a somewhat peculiar taste in fashion. Although he is willing to spend thousands of dollars on video games, toys, and dolls, Chris is very stingy when it comes to shopping for his clothing, which are usually purchased secondhand at thrift stores like the Salvation Army and Goodwill. Prior to coming out as transgender, the majority of shirts he owned were colourful coloured shirts and undersized rugby shirts, most of which were decorated with horizontal stripes, which, despite being scientifically proven to have a slimming effect, may have such potential effects crushed by Chris's impressive, or shall no, not impressive, corpulent physique. Mailbag number 42 revealed that at least one of these shirts, the Advice Dog, was purchased by his own mother. Though his mother didn't directly dress him anymore, thank God for that, Chris still chose to wear those shirts. The advent of Chris's transgender shift was accompanied by a change to garb that may have been more feminine but was equally cheap and hideous. And if it wasn't for that, Chris would probably have had no alternatives because, like I said before, Chris would never really be too certain about what he was going to get. Hence this concoction. Though the tiara, the headband, the second tiara, that might have been a little bit more choice, if you will, like a conscious decision. Similar goes for the shoes. And if you think now, I'll give you here's a little guessing game, ladies and gentlemen. Do you think these shoes look tattered? Do you think they look worn? Or do you think they were painted on by Chris himself? The answer is all three. Youth to adult. That's not me to do that to Ernie. Ernie looks he looks cool as and I like that duck as well. Childhood. In his youth, Chris set the general tone for years to come with many striped polos, t-shirts, and khaki pants. The only difference compared to adulthood is that he sometimes dared to wear single coloured shirts with his favourite video game characters from television and gaming characters on them. The only articles of clothing he was seen until the summer of 2010 that didn't follow the long sleeved colourful clown suit theme were the yellow Pokemon t shirt he owned since he was 19 and a Sonic Heroes t shirt he wore throughout 2004. They did not particularly look good on him. You can say that again. I mean, I remember about 5 or so years ago when I was getting the bus home, somebody got on the bus literally dressed up as Ash Ketchum, circa 1997, and again, I'll give him points for going the whole 9 yards, but it was not quite a good look. Mind you, in fairness, as long as it made him happy, I think that's all that matters. He also gets extra marks because he pulled out his wallet in the shape of a Pokédex. That's a commitment right there. Trademark clothing. This is the original and most iconic look of Chris. Something that looked like it just been pulled out of a trash heap. The standard until mid 2011. It is a look immortalized in his comic book self-insertion. His outfit usually consisted of A. His favorite shirt, a Ralph Lauren rugby striped suede polo, which was so tight that it accentuated his voluptuous masculine bosoms. I like the way I said that. This is the shirt that Chris almost invariably drew himself wearing in the comics. Trolls came in to call it the clown shirt or the classic. It was thought to be destroyed in the 2014 house fire that gutted the Chandler household, but later resurfaced for sale in 2017. When Chris listed it for the minimum price of $12,000, this being as a direct result of the financial crisis, he had found it in a bag of damp, mouldy clothing, wet from the water that the firefighters used to extinguish the flames when his house burned 3 years prior. He washed, and again, I know we've kind of like skimmed over $12,000 for what is essentially a heap of junk. However, the financial crisis in years since is honestly, it's the sort of thing that damn near makes my head explode because it's one of the most notorious parts of Chris's history, and we will explain why when we get to it. He washed it, and that would be a first, washing his own clothing, and then wore it for the first time in years when he uploaded Livestream C-Log 04/19/2017, the shirt. The shirt was thrown out by Bob in mid-2018. Since then, Chris has worn a similar looking shirt with orange stripes instead of red, which you can see down there. We'll get to that in a second. Also a t-shirt undershirt, typically white. Chris probably would have been better off wearing something wearing black because it would have hided, the sweat stains and everything else. His medallions sporadically and his high school ring. A pair of kiddie glasses attached to a chain, jeans or khaki slacks. Chris's jeans typically defined his rear end to a disturbing level. He may have been wearing women's jeans, or he may have been simply wearing pants his gut long ago outgrew. The belt buckle of failure. Alternatively, a green terry cloth bathrobe with mismatched, of course, black belt on occasions when he's in the mood for recycling. Don't look too deeply into that, it's not what you're thinking it is. Or when even getting dressed would involve too much stress. On occasion, a dark suit jacket, perhaps for funerals or church. During the winter months, a dark blue parka with orange and yellow stripes to enhance visibility. I would say with somebody of Chris's physique, I imagine he would be a bit hard to miss. Not vehicular-wise, more just in the general range of vision. And starting in late 2009, a bra, a sports bra technically, but why be specific, to keep his previously mentioned bosoms in check. Also, by the way, something I want to emphasize with this is that when Chris announced to Casey that he bought a bunch of sports bras, one, he bought one a whole size too small, but for some reason he seemed fine by it. And actually, whilst we are here, uh, don't look at the one beneath. But yeah, I'm gonna be the first to admit, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, doesn't Chris look clever wearing that? I mean, I can't tell if Chris is smiling or he's trying to put on a brave face, or he knows he's literally made potty in his jeans. Because, quite frankly, I don't know. But I have no idea why he. I think that's the best way to put it. I just have no idea what goes on. The traffic. That's what goes on in Chris's head. The traffic. And by the way, sorry, as I was saying, Chris apparently bought one for like each day of the week, which Casey was taking a step back from, and then apparently, true story. This Chris would later find out that it's possible to wash bras to clean them. Before knowing this, Chris took it for granted that you would have to throw away a bra after about 3 days of use. It is unconfirmed at this point how many bras Chris threw away. However, it makes you wonder why Chris even bothers to take advantage. Because when you hear stuff like that, it's no wonder Chris had got himself into the financial pickle that he did. Just saying. Meanwhile, the IBA outfit. Now, the only things you really need to know about this one, because yeah, this is what's referred to as the Ian Brandon Anderson outfit. It's it was basically just a way of Chris to quote unquote troll the trolls, in which involved dressing. I don't even know what it. Who is that one guy? Like, there's some adult actor. I think he's called like Mike something and stuff like that. These looks like the sort of glasses he would wear. However, that's about as far as the similarities go. And this was heavily featured in the Rolling and Trolling video, and you can see the Charlottesville Pavilion tent just in the background. The gay trucker outfit. Again, I'm not really going to be spending too much time because, quite frankly, it's about as clever and as it looks. Because I don't know I don't know I don't know anybody who wears like even like denim vests anyway. Because lo and behold, I think there is a good look. I think there is a certain type of person who would wear denim vests who may or may not be gay. That's not really for me to know or to start suggesting. But at the same time, if they can make it work, then so be it. What I'm trying to say is that you know when you know what I'm talking about when I say some things are just not a good look, and but that depends about what Chris's perceptions of self-image really are, because listen, if Chris is perfectly fine with this, then I don't have any reasons to complain because that just makes sense. But also, if you can see one here, a denim jacket from Goodwill that he cut the sleeves off. Yeah, apparently Chris cut the sleeves off himself. And Chris, for some reason, well, whether you want to call this a gillet, stupid is probably the better way to describe it. But yeah, the baseball cap for whatever reason, and he carries around a dog. I don't know what Chris was really going for, but apparently, um, this was a look that probably didn't last for too long. Oh, and even though there isn't, please tell me like, okay, so it's not really mentioned here, but apparently, I just want to read this part for you guys right now. Um, with the arrival of the gay trucker outfit, also came an interest in t-shirts that boldly expresses Chris's desire for sex, often in exceedingly tasteless ways. The first clear look at one of these t-shirts was in a profoundly disturbing video leaked in April of 2010, which featured Chris wearing a parody shirt that changed the Mountain Dew logo so it read, Mount and Do Me. Now, I know what you're thinking, ladies and gentlemen. That sounds just that's just ridiculous for words, and that's probably because it was. And then apparently, I'm gonna read this completely straight, and I apologize if for the way I'm doing this. Fans hope that since this was a private video for his potential sweetheart, Chris didn't intend to dress like that outside his bedroom. Alas, Chris destroyed any hope of that being the case on the 18th of June 2010 when he wore a shirt that said, I enjoy vagina to Fridays After 5, a public, family oriented concert. He topped this off by pulling that shirt over his head and standing around in his muscle bra on which he had written Want Woman. The fact that Chris was somehow not blacklisted from Fridays After 5 is quite frankly um, one of those, one of those telltale signs where we failed as a species. Well, there's your answer. Meanwhile, Carlos Chantor, again, I'll make this brief. A single picture of Chris posing as a male prostitute was posted on escorts.com. It is significant because it implies that Chris can dress like a normal human being if he wants to remain inconspicuous. I don't know what's inconspicuous about this, but yeah, there's not much going on there. You know what? If Chris had actually posted this on Backpage.com, maybe this is the sort of thing that got the FBI to take offense and to shut that website down. Was it Kamala Harris was the one who wanted it shut down? I can't really remember. Anyway, so we now move into what's referred to as the transgender fashion sense, and from what we can understand, it's somewhere between a cross between whatever Chris had on hand versus what there was available in thrift shops that were available for tom girls, as Chris would describe himself during this time. In April of 2011, a series of leaked pictures showed Chris in women's clothing in public. This outfit consisted of bright green nail polish, earrings. Note that piercing the right ear is traditionally code for homosexuality. Guess which one Chris pierced twice? I've never really followed that trend anyway, because who knows and possibly who cares? Women's sandals, blue eyeshadow, jeans, blue string top, black thong. Lord knows who could verify that. I don't really. Probably Jackie, the more I think about it. A silver ring. Know that silver rings have been used to symbolize a pledge of abstinence until marriage. Probably not really why Chris wore it, but there you are. A red and blue sweater vest tank top with a red shirt underneath it, red lipstick, a new pair of glasses, a new headband, as seen in Facebook pictures. And the end result is what I have famously described as, well, Krusty the Clown on crack. Because, in fact, to be honest, it looks like Krusty the Clown just had a stroke, because it's. I can't tell if it's just Chris trying to force him to Chris trying to smile whilst winking at the camera. I can't tell if it's like the camera angle. Yeah, and again, I shouldn't be that mean, but for whatever reason, Chris almost makes the look of trying to smile or look almost unnatural. Anyway, while not seen in the leaked images, Chris's post in the Tomboys and Tomgirls of Virginia forum revealed he also donned skirts and panties as part of his new look. Yep, but bollocks. What? Chris apparently was very happy, which, fair enough, with his new fashion choices, but friction between his parents made it difficult for him to wear makeup and women's clothing overtly. Sometimes he had to change after leaving the house, or before returning, but he could always wear bra and panties. Okay. Also, it is always when we get to like this point where we talk about Chris's history, if you will, that actually, to give Chris some credit, if it was certainly true that Chris did this of his own volition, and whether you want to argue the point about the only reason Chris did this was to get close to women, one way or the other, and 1 second. Hello. Sorry. Once again, where were we? It must be a pretty humiliating thing that you can't even go out of doors and dress the way you do. Um, if there's one thing, so if there's one like, yeah, it's an interesting one, I guess. Anyway, where were we? Late fashion. Chris continued to wear female clothing, albeit with some refinements. Over the course of the next couple of years, although he has long since dispensed with the clownish polo shirts and jeans, many characteristics of his Tom Girl wardrobe are remarkably consistent with the way he dressed when he still wore men's clothing, especially in terms of color coordination and clothing size. He always remains committed to buying all his clothes from thrift stores. Kind of makes you wonder, um, when did Chris actually ever buy any clothes from a proper retail store at all? Even something as cheap as, I don't know exactly know what the equivalent of Primark would probably be in the US, but like apparently I think it was like this shirt cost about like £3, maybe five if we're being honest. But yeah, honestly, it's just I'm not too sure if it's just the way Chris wants it or whatever for whatever else reason. But yeah, kind of bizarre, I guess. But he also remains committed to buying all his clothes from free. Okay, giving him the appearance of a dumpy bag lady. He summarized his style in November 2014 as colored leggings, denim skirts, mini to knee length, bold colored shirts and blouses. Some of the most frequent themes in his feminine clothing line are clashing violently opposed colors, particularly red with blue or green, clothing far too small for him, dresses or skirts with very high hems, leggings to help with tucking, sports bras, big floppy church lady hats, eye makeup applied poorly and usually purple or blue in color. Now, also, because listen, I'm not a woman or anything like that. Neither have I ever put on makeup or anything like that before, but I'm gonna make a suggestion. If you don't know how to like apply makeup, why not go to a place that would know how to do it? I mean, I wouldn't really be talking to any of my parents about anything like that, but if I was, I would actually go to someone who knew what they were doing. Unless, of course, Chris felt confident in himself. But then again, I think Chris sometimes feels confident in himself, but unfortunately, the result is mixed at best, or whatever he was going for. And that's just purely from a fashion perspective. As to how Chris actually acts around people, well, the results are probably even more undesirable. Speaking of, a deviation from this style was seen in the video on the Sonic Blue Arms incident of Boxing Day 2014, where Chris is shown in purple My Little Pony shades, probably as a disguise, even though once again he looks like Krusty the Clown on crack, a silver headband showing off his ever receding hairline, his Manchester High sweatshirt, short jeans matched with long purple socks and or another pair of pants, and boots, possibly Ugg boots. The fact that Chris wore skirts and makeup for each of his court hearings in 2015, even those to which Barb accompanied him, suggests that he consistently dresses this way in public, and that his mother has come to grudgingly accept her son's transgender attire. In 2015, Chris also started dyeing his hair blue, but the results are, well, particularly unsatisfying, since Chris failed to do any of this properly, and ended up dyeing it an ugly seaweed colour instead. Again, what's kind of funny about this is that when I dyed my hair blonde for the very first time 3 years ago, I again went to see somebody about it. I talked to them about um like how bright did I want it. They talked about what conditioners you have to use if you want to keep it blonde, because naturally it's not the sort of thing that's going to go straight into your scalp. It's the sort of thing that it sort of vaguely transitions back to brunette over a period of months. Even if you did this thing, like put on the conditions, stuff like that, 3 times a day. And when I was shown exactly how to do it, I basically just said, "All right, you know what? That's how it is." And I learned how to do it for about the next year and a half before Well, I've already made my points known about my hair situation and how even as short as it is, I generally don't think it's going to be growing to the standards of Tarzan or Solomon anytime soon. So yeah, I kind of just sort of rolled back and accepted it. It would probably be any easier if like there was anybody else in my family who was blonde, or we lived in a country in which there was more than about 5 hours of daylight a day, even in summer. Anyways, combined with his wardrobe that manages to somehow simultaneously resemble the attire of a 5-year-old girl and a 65-year-old cat lady, the resulting look has been sardonically referred to as fans as Mermaid Grandma. Notable outfits: Gopnik. Now, again, I'm gonna sort of like just sort of go past these rather quick because I think they're rather as you can see what they are. Chris, for some reason, dresses like a Russian Gopnik. I This was probably in the middle of the Idea Guy saga, and for whatever reason, Chris thought this was just a good look, or I don't really know the reasoning why, but apparently it didn't really last too long. Vinyl Scratch, which is just Chris's old Ralph Lauren with a skirt that looks more like an oversized tablecloth with a musical note on it. Apparently, that's about it. The Breathe It In shirt, which was just a shirt, well, a woman's top, shall we say, with "Breathe It In" on it. Chris wore this in accompanying videos, mostly in and around 2019. And when it comes to headgear, it seems to be headbands, tiaras, um, just dangling nonsense. Again, I know. Again, I've mentioned before about Chris doesn't look particularly that clever when doing any of this stuff, but then also you have what I can only imagine. Once again, is Chris in the middle of a seizure because also whilst wearing ears and a unicorn strap on, as I'm going to call it. I know it's probably just a headband, but what else do you think that looks like? And also look at all the things, the rings, this sun and moon bracelet or whatever it is. I'm glad I only played like Sun and Moon for about 3 hours because literally after that, I just couldn't get into it. I really couldn't. I certainly didn't own. And even Chris even has his glasses in his hand. Anyway, so yeah, tiaras, headbands, and again we get into the rings. And to be honest, one, two. Okay, we'll count this as one, three, four, five, at least six to someone. Also, can I just be honest again? Why wear that many rings anyway? Because surely it's got to be like weighing your fingers down and stuff like that. And Lord knows what would have happened if Chris somehow later in life contracted arthritis in her fingers. Because imagine how painful it's got to be to get those fingers off when, like, because my mother has arthritis, you see, and let's say if you had like this finger, like in and around the joints, they like swell up to about twice the size, and they sort of like go off in different angles. Yeah, you can't really wear rings even in the earlier stages of that. So mind you, whether or not Chris still wears rings is something I didn't really notice, but it's not really the sort of thing you look out for. However, Chris's stance on fashion. In November 2016, Chris posted a commentary on women's fashion. Well, here we go. In it, Chris implored women to wear skirts with leggings instead of pants, saying to view it from a pervert's perception, most notably Chris, they eye downward and have good view of the in between as well as easier access to picture it in their imaginations from there. With a dress or skirt concealing the area, it is actually more difficult for the perv and thus more difficult to picture and imagine what is or isn't at the groin area. This would possibly suggest that despite when Chris said this, 2016, so Chris would have been about uh 34 years of age. Yeah, Chris would have been about 34 years of age when he said that. But this would suggest Chris doesn't even know the confines of female genitalia, even by 34. Also, why would you want to picture that anyway? Listen, I'll also be honest. A few weeks ago, I was waiting like for the bus and stuff like that to get home, and then like sat beside me was about a 70-year-old Asian gentleman who was just, for whatever reason, decides to start watching porn on his mobile and all that, and like, why? What makes you think that that's just? Because listen, if we're gonna go with the idea and to give Chris the slightest benefit of the doubt, you do have to remain a little bit vigilant at times when you're in public. Yeah, okay, fair enough. That's possibly where I think he's coming from with this. But considering, Chris's past actions, it wouldn't escape people's ideas that the only reason why Chris would be saying this at all is because Chris would be the sort of person who would be deeply fascinated by the ongoings of women's confines. I know it may not necessarily be 100% the case, but if I'm being honest, given what we know about Chris, it's the sort of thing that you don't want to guess, because guess what? It's just you just don't want to you don't even want to think about it. He also requested men to consider wearing kilts, stressing to wear pants underneath, saying, "Nobody is impressed with that bulge. Moreover, it is absolutely offensive," which indicates that Chris has shifted from obsessing over women's chests to obsessing over their crotches. I mean, that's true. Again, I mean, Chris, we'll take it from the other perspective. Chris, why are you spending your time looking at men's crotches? Honestly, because that's happened to me before, and quite frankly, it would drive me absolutely nuts when people did that, be they male or female. Because guess what, time and place and all that, and also nobody is going to be looking at me like that. Absolutely nobody. That's just that is completely bang out of order in my opinion. Theories of fashion. The clothes that Christian chooses seem almost like a costume for him, especially his infamous striped shirt. Given that he is autistic, observers speculate that he may have difficulty with identifying things visually, including himself. In Solitude Issue 7, he alluded to having taken time to study his appearance in a mirror, possibly wearing the shirt in question. Chris seems to regard clothing and colour as an integral part of people's identities. During the events of the Liquid saga, Chris took a special interest in Liquid's choice of a brown striped shirt, referring to Liquid as a brown striped imposter, and fixating on Liquid's shirt as a symbol of his inauthenticity, despite the fact that Chris owned several brown shirts himself. Chris also believed that police officers wearing brown or beige uniforms weren't authentic, and that true police officers only wear blue and black. He referred to the man he pepper sprayed as a yellow shirted foe, and let's not forget that the macing was inspired by Sega changing Sonic's arms from tan to blue. Like many of his lifestyle changes that occurred during the Tom Girl saga, Chris' unceremonious abandonment of his classic shirts came as a surprise to trolls who had spent years speculating on Chris's clothing as a symbol of his identity. Identifying as what is a good question, but let's keep going. And his usual resistance to change as a symptom of his autism. However, even in retrospect, Chris seems to hold the clothes he used to wear in high regard as a symbol of his identity and legacy, as shown when he listed the classic on eBay for a whopping $12,000. Writing after the end of the auction, Chris felt the need to commemorate the occasion with some words that nobody asked for and people sadly got anyway. Yes, the shirts auction has ended high, but I am still awaiting payment for the mother of one of my fans who, unless remains anonymous, will have her name go down in history for not only restoring a very iconic artifact, but also improves this artist's family's life. After the restoration and disinfection of the shirt, why on earth Chris couldn't do that? Okay. Her most grateful son will be proud of her for having gone down in history for restoring the fire survivor iconic shirt of Sonager and Rose Juice creator. Thank you, Mrs. Chris on why history books should remember the momentous occasion wherein some dumbass bought a moldy piece of clothing from another dumbass. I'll tell you exactly the reason why, because at the end of the day, people generally just do buy crap. Tell me why I'm wrong about that. Not only is this statement extremely egotistical, even by Chris's standards, but it also betrays the fact that Chris continues to treat a shirt that he let rot in a plastic bag for 2 years with an undue amount of gravitas. It seems that Chris views the clothing he has worn over the course of much of his life, much like the various names he has had, as an important symbol of his identity, as it has twisted and changed. Because autistics are known to place an extreme importance on inanimate objects, this can be seen as standard autistic behavior. And finally, the wardrobe, if you will. The advice dog, which again just looks like something straight out of a circus tent. Classic, imposter, Napoleon, racing stripes. Yeah, if I didn't tell you that all of these came from secondhand shops outside of things like the Muscle Bra, you probably wouldn't really be able to tell. And yes, by the way, that is a real one right there. Shamrock Shake, and also some of the names for these are quite clever and cool, as opposed to everything else. I will leave up to your imagination. Bubblegum Nightmare, the toothpaste tube, the Deal Maker, Breathe It In, Big Baggy and Blue, the Lavender Lingerie, and Classic 3.0, and apparently the Ruckusville MF. I think, again, you can probably hazard a guess as to what that means. Unicorn cosplay, crystal and gem necklace, aka just a bunch of rocks hanging off Chris's neck, and brony bruises, which is just fingerless gloves. Again, I have never once caught on to the appeal of these. I really don't. Other aspects of Chris's fashion sense. Custom painted shoes. Chris wears shoes that he sloppily spray paints blue and yellow. He demonstrated his technique in shoe coloring video. They would later be sold to Jacob Sockless on the 12th of March 2019. And apparently this is what they look like being sold to Jacob Sockless. Notice how the page has gone all grubby and, quite frankly, just he's not exactly what you call a cobbler anytime soon. Meanwhile, there's apparently a wrist warmer, a fanny pack that Chris used to have around, and Chris cosplaying. Now, that might be a separate article in itself, but to be honest, I think we've just about covered the necessaries, if you will. So, I think this article is just for what they're worth. This is probably why, if for no other reason, it's a good idea to actually, one, buy clothes actually, from an actual supermarket or a store, as opposed to just buying them secondhand. That's probably because they are that cheap. Because without it, I don't really know how Chris could have got any sort of clothing at all. But also, who knows who's been wearing these things? Who knows where they've been? And if somebody told you that they were selling a shirt inside of a charity shop that used to be worn by Charles Manson, no, of course you would not buy it. But I don't really think any of them know. But not that I sometimes again I'm not entirely sure whether or not they would care either way. But yeah, that's kind of what would be like the sum total Chris has actually spent on clothing over the years. Because I can guarantee you, let's say in the last 26 years, Chris couldn't have spent any more than about $1,000 of clothing. Well, $1,000 on clothing, I should say. Which really sounds quite small when you think about it, but I think even saying $1,000 is probably pushing it. But yeah, that, as they say, is that. So with all that being said and done, I hope all of you guys learned something today, and it's ironic as well that apparently today is meant to be David Bowie's birthday and stuff like that, and well, as the thumbnail would suggest, we are the Quick Squad, and we're coming to town. Beep beep. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and for technically the second time this week, we are going to be doing a discussion on Chris's stance on gender. So, what I'm going to say before we go any further, a little bit of a disclaimer for the reasons I'm about to explain. I am by no means an expert when it comes to gender studies. The closest I ever got was when I nearly submitted a an essay when I was doing my A levels in English literature about literally 10 years ago. And it was largely on gender studies. However, I was told that the reason why I couldn't really use what I'd done is because I was quoting and citing too many books per the rules of when you're supposed to do these sorts of essays. And I think a little bit of what I was trying to argue for seemed a little was getting a little bit lost because of so many external factors. Not what was going on in my life, but what was centering around the essay. I think I was trying to cover far too much for what I was being told we had to do. So even though that essay never really saw the light of day, I am prepared to say, however, that even 10 years down the line, I feel like there's some things I feel like that I talked about in that essay that I could apply here. But the problem is that Chris's stance on gender appears to be extremely paper thin, extremely surface level, and seem to be rather what's the word self provocating, i.e., these were things that Chris only did for sort of his interests and his ideas. Which, guess what? It's fine. You know, you could be motivated by purely your own uh, ignobility, or rather just your own interests, and it's not wrong or right. It's just sort of fair enough. If it's something that is supposed to only affect you or anything like that, guess what? It's fine. I don't have a problem with it. However, it is also for the reasons why Chris wants to do it that rub a lot of people the wrong way. But considering how Chris got far with this, it makes you wonder what was Chris's motives for his shifts on gender, or rather, for that matter, why he didn't think about Chris did not think about transitioning back. Yeah, you kind of have to play a little, be careful about whether, because some people have gone a bit angry about that in the past, that I refer to Chris as a male or female, and nobody really seems, I can't really seem to do wrong for whatever reason, so, well, right, I should say. But let's cover that when we get to it. Right now, this is just Chris and gender. And as you can see, it's a little bit. I'm surprised again the quickie didn't think about, letting me create an account to actually sort a lot of this out. Because I can see exactly where things would have to be sorted out, but we'll come to those later. When I feel like totally grossed out with even an image of a penis, and recalling and focusing on a vagina image in my mind usually works. For context, this is Chris claiming this is why he's more afraid of staying on the off the straight path, and apparently the only way he could do this is visualizing female genitalia whenever he's contemplated the thought of male genitalia. I don't know why Chris would say that aloud or what circumstances would lead to these sorts of things, because I have no idea. Similar to the topic of faith and the topic of morality, Chris's actual beliefs on gender and how it is classified are far more complex than his stated beliefs. For someone so preoccupied with gender identity, Chris displays a staggering ignorance of how either gender typically behaves, and his views of both genders are extremely warped due to him taking the stereotypes he has presented within television and music at face value. Yeah, despite Chris's age, it didn't really seem as if he filled this up with time in thinking anything out for himself. Because when something was presented, whether it was factual or not, Chris took it immediately and ran with it. Maybe out of a sense of convenience, or maybe because Chris genuinely does believe that. We might never know. Understanding of biological sex. Imagine you have a newborn child whose sex cannot be determined. You've lost me already, Chris. A risk-free surgery performed immediately could provide normal male or female sexual and reproductive function. Which would you choose? This was an actual question from Chris's OkCupid asking him about a proposed intersex child. Chris, I'm, I was starting to wonder, outside of everything else we know about Chris and his negligence, as to why Chris thought he would be eligible to take care of children, and I'm still figuring that out to my day, because why on earth would you say that? He also went on to say this. If a hermaphrodite, I would raise it to be male regardless, since it would not have any eggs anyway. Plus, big bonus for him in sex with all women, lesbians included, I would imagine. For reference, Chris answering by opposing the idea of giving his proposed kid a sex change surgery, often misconstrued for Chris wanting to transition in order to attract lesbians. Also, can we backtrack and we could also say Chris also proposed the idea for a kid to have same-sex surgery so that he can have sex with male men and women, or as Chris puts it, in sex with all women, lesbians included, I would imagine. I'm also going to imagine Chris completely removed the equation of, oh, what's this little thing called consent? Mind you, Chris is not exactly one to consider the ideas of consent in one way or another. I feel like we've just gone on for a wild ride just starting, and we really have only just started. The point at which Chris draws the line at someone being male or female appears to be based on a number of external traits which he notices about them, such as their attractiveness and what body parts they have. This is apparent when he called Bailey J a hermaphrodite and compared the discovery of her being transgender to scenes from The Crying Game and The Cleveland Show, involving transgender characters, entailing that he believed that all trans people who identify as women were either just men in dresses, he who oftentimes groped together with gay people, or true and honest women that just happened to have a penis. Predictably, his measuring stick in this regard was seemingly based on how pretty he deemed them, or how much he liked them, much like with Bailey, who he admitted having conflicted feelings about, and even apologized to after she admitted to being hurt by Chris's comment. Inversely, he refused to show any sort of respect towards Francine's identity, calling her voice shrill and making comments about how little she did in terms of transitioning. Chris, however, never applied this criteria to himself, because why would he? Deeming himself as some sort of paragon of femininity, depicting himself as such when he deemed himself a CPU goddess, and boasting about his own transition milestones, despite many people noticing he didn't look much different from how he did before, both inside and outside. Chris, however, stated a couple times that if he were to have a hermaphrodite for a child, he'd raise them as a boy. When asked about raising an intersex child, or a child whose sex cannot be determined, he took this to be referring to his oddly specific definition of the term, saying that he'd also raise them as a boy for not having ovaries, even referring to them by he/him pronouns, in the hopes of them scoring all kinds of women, including lesbians, further indicating he also views biological sex through the lens of a person's genitals. Chris also seems to deem trans women that do get surgery as fully female, as evidenced by him referring to Rosechill and Sylvana as such after having their penises removed, giving further credence to this. Chris is a friggin' idiot. That's what he is. Despite this, Chris also believes that all bodies, regardless of them being male or female, all have the same physiological functionalities under the correct circumstances, and that someone's sex can be easily changed. He, for example, believed that those with a penis can get pregnant, theorizing that it may be possible by his mate's egg winding up inside him and getting fertilized by his sperm. I think that's enough internet for one day, don't you? Chris similarly proposed the idea that that are born male may actually have a vagina inside them, misconstruing the biological fact that human fetuses have female organs such as nipples and developing vulvas, before getting a Y chromosome, leading to the second instance where he mutilated his own taint. I won't get into the comments Chris made before he had the idea to do that. Let's just say they were upsetting at best and disturbing at worst. And I remember, I think I even started like getting quite upset about the things Chris said because honestly, it painted Chris out to be a monster. But we will get to those eventually. Chris has also shared two clickbait articles on Facebook, which stated that one's sex is merely one is assigned to at birth, to which William Elliot Waterman pointed out that was factually incorrect, sharing another article. Chris also believed that trans women can get periods the same way that cis women do, as evidenced by a reply that he made towards the trans influencer Life of Bria, where she conflated getting period like symptoms as a result of being on hormone replacement therapy with having a full on period, a process primarily defined by the shedding of the uterine lining in preparing for a potential pregnancy. Chris unequivocally agreed with this, stating his own mood swings were his period. To be fair to Chris, now I sometimes I feel like men have this almost like I feel like I have this like every 14 minutes. So maybe he's not entirely wrong about that. But it's funny enough how Chris suddenly brings up mood swings into this. So is this just another thing we have to say that is different about Chris? Not that it makes up for his stupidity, but yeah. Understanding of gender identity. Besides his complicated views on biological sex, Chris also had a difficult time articulating his views on gender identity, a topic which he wouldn't explore until he himself tried to experiment with his own gender and presentation. Yeah, presentation. He went from a buffoon to an imbecile. Is that does that class as transitioning? Terminology. Prior to transitioning, Chris has used a number of pejoratives to refer to trans people. I, as stated previously, Chris often grouped trans people together with homosexuals, particularly the ones that he refused to respect the identities of, and refer to them in kind or unkind. This was because he viewed homosexual men through the stereotype of them being innately effeminate or flamboyant, and even cited them forcing their flamboyancy on other people after he had gotten discovered on Tomboys and Tomgirls of Virginia. It was only natural then that Chris would also wind up using the term on people he strictly viewed as effeminate men, leading to some degree of confusion on what he was referring to in some cases. While exploring his gender identity, Chris navigated a linguistic minefield of transgender, transsexual, transvestite, intersex, bisexual, hermaphrodite, and his own tomgirl, leading to some confusion as he adapted and experimented on his OkCupid profile. When asked, would you date a transgender person, he replied, yes, as long as she was born female and was still female, or tomboy. So no, then. So no, Chris. Your answer to the question is no. Then he told Jackie that the fact that he loved wearing women's clothing did not make him a transvestite. He told gal pal Rebecca Bentley that the unclit made him bisexual when he meant intersex. He promptly flipped his shit when Rebecca asked him if he wanted to fuck dudes now. Chris also used the term, the T word right there. I don't really know what would happen if I said it, but for the sake of everyone's sanity, I'll decide not to say it. to describe himself prior to actually committing to being transgender, which is a can of worms due to its association as a derogatory term against trans people. See? Chris also appears to believe that intersexuality is a special condition involving any sort of gender nonconformity within a person, including being transgender or having one's genitals changed. As stated previously, Chris has also at a time used the terms transgender and intersex interchangeably, believing that they both mean the same thing. For example, Chris on several occasions referred to himself as intersex due to having a penis, but having a lesbian soul, failing to understand that the term is explicitly used for individuals that have both male and female gametes, which he doesn't have. On the 14th of August 2014, he came out publicly, although as what exactly wasn't certain given his garbled and inconsistent vocabulary. The initial announcement that he was a tomgirl intersex of female soul with male body and transgender crossdresser, and a transgender crossdresser. Apparently, unbeknownst to Chris, intersex is a chromosomal condition causing ambiguous genitalia and can present in many forms, none of which appear to be true of Chris. Then he said he was a lesbian identified man and a cross dressing transgender. 2 weeks later, he was telling Catherine that he was a lesbian tomgirl transgender male, but also 3/4 woman. By September, he seemed to have settled on lesbian transgender, a female lesbian soul trapped in a male body. In April 2015, apparently no longer a man, he changed his Facebook pronoun to she and his name to Christine. This month also saw the beginning of a flurry of Facebook likes from all sorts of progressive transgender issues, such as restroom choice and gay marriage. I'm definitely not even going to go anywhere near the first one because, oh boy, oh boy. Whatever he likes, whatever he was certainly proud of it, and wasted no time trying to persuade his new LGBT personal army to wage war against local mana-jerks. Pronouns. Chris tends to use the preferred pronouns of other transgender people that he likes, such as male to female Violet 4151 and Miss Cherry, and FTM Lucas of the TT Squad and No Whacking. The exceptions to this occurred under troll manipulation. In the case of Jack Thaddeus, who he claimed would never be part of Fandom after getting a sex change, and when he flip-flopped between referring to the troll trans woman character Jeff Uzo with female and male pronouns. You sure showed him, Chris. Cis people and gender roles. Chris repeatedly asserts his reverence of women and seems to have a comparatively glowing opinion of them, stating that he finds women empathetic, but as stated at the beginning of the article, the truth is even more complicated. While Chris has always preferred female friends and is known to be far more accommodating of lesbians than gay men, even going so far as to identify as one himself, in truth, Chris has a distinctly sexist view of women. Based on his failed attempts at getting girls at the mall, Chris views females as hypersexual, preoccupied with shopping, given to conversing with others for hours, and fixated on getting married and having children. This is highly evident in his female characters presented in Sonichu. As a matter of fact, in Sonichu number 9, he referred to women as another species. This seems to be hyperbole, but considering Chris's abysmal knowledge of the sciences, it is difficult to be sure. His Rosechew character, who is a living embodiment of how Chris believes all women behave, has a personality which consists solely of the traits listed above, which is considered ironic as Chris constantly tries to show Sonnet Rosechew with a passion for women's rights. Despite trying to portray them as being equal in power to their male counterparts, Chris rarely depicts Rosechews fighting. More often, they're simply leaving them on the sidelines to battle to wail like damsels in distress. Even when their boyfriends are in mortal danger, even outside of battling, they tend to be little more than organic sex toys for the Sonichus. Just the way God didn't intend. Males. Chris has harbored a deep hatred for men ever since his early teenage years. Because he was bullied in grade school, largely because of his bloated ego making him extremely annoying to be around, not to mention the fact that Chris is known to fly into fits of jealous rage whenever he sees a man more successful than him, especially if that man is getting some and he isn't. This gradually blossomed into a general distaste for masculine traits such as body hair. Indeed, in his nudes, it is apparent that he is surprisingly meticulous in shaving his body hair, certainly compared to other aspects of grooming. He also has stated, as shown in this video, a disgust for topless men and encourages men to wear muscle bras so he doesn't have to see their nipples. He even made a now outdated short list of the men he doesn't consider to be jerks, which include himself, his father, and Santa Claus. Chris's misandry continued after identifying as a tomgirl. He was variously referred to men in general as barbarians and Neanderthals, which, coming from him, are rather ironic accusations for a number of reasons. Chris has since relaxed his former misandric attitude and no longer takes issues with the company of men. But just like with women, I think the damage is done, and I don't think women, let alone men, would want to hang around with Chris. It's just simply not a good look. Trans people. Himself. It has been speculated for a long time that Chris has gender issues, confirmed in 2016 when he was diagnosed with gender identity disorder. In 2005, he created Crystal Weston Chandler, a female version of himself. In Christian Weston Chandler's future message, he mentioned that you should try the opposite gender's toys while keeping your original gender in mind, possibly indicating that he may have been in denial about transgenderism long before becoming a tomgirl. He also wondered what he would be like if he were born a female. In 2014, Chris came out as a lesbian identified male before identifying as a trans woman. After transitioning, Chris adopted the name Christine to accompany his new gender identity along with the corresponding personal pronouns. In 2019, Chris updated his Twitter to reaffirm his gender pronouns. Also, I am female. Please address and talk about me with the correct pronouns. She/her/hers. Thank you. As of the 28th of September 2020, Chris's Twitter includes a pinned tweet reiterating that he is female and uses she/her/hers pronouns. His Twitter biography also refers to himself as Mrs. Christine W. Chandler Sonichu and continues to emphasize the use of she/her/hers pronouns. Other transgender people. Prior to transitioning, Chris had also noticeably had a fairly negative stance on other trans people, particularly trans women. Chris spent many years struggling to articulate his position on transgender topics, prior to his own exploration of transgenderism. He confessed that he was uncomfortable with the idea of transgender people and made it clear that he was not sexually attracted to them. You don't have to be, Chris, to get along with people. I have given my thought about the transgenders and transvestites. Oh, have you, Chris? I do not feel comfortable with them. Dicks are dicks, and I do not care about them, except for my own. He wrote in a January 2009 chat, he later reiterated, I do not care for transgender people or hermaphrodites, but I do not discriminate them as individual people. Well, yeah, one step forward and all that, I guess. Non-binary genders. I really did not know how many genders there are, but I am not and do not judge. Have a good day. Given how complicated of a topic gender is to tackle, especially today, I'll discuss this a bit more later, People will tend to argue about what classifies as a gender, and therefore some people might argue that there exists more than two. In Chris's case, believing everything he sees without giving it a second thought, also concluded that there really are more than two genders, simply looking at a Facebook post about how Facebook is allowing their users to identify themselves as 58 different genders. On September 17th, 2016, taking it to mean that there are in fact 58 genders. The next month, Quiz is interviewed on the same topic and is asked about how many genders there are, and simply says there are 58, all because of that same Facebook post. Lord knows about what Chris really thinks, or did he give it any sort of thought beyond what somebody else said about it? We're not entirely sure. Now, we're sort of going to be leaving it there. However, I will say just a few things. Yes, the Chris's True and Honest to Gender essay series is still ongoing. This is more just like a very brief generalization of Chris's stance when it comes to gender. What I am going to say, however, and I will finish this off by something I was also wanting to mention in my essay, is that I think because when I wrote that essay, I wrote it all the way back in 2015. Today, in 2026, I would say it's not difficult to actually have a conversation or discussion about gender. What I think is difficult, however, is for there to be a certain modicum of respect in terms of if you want to raise a point and you back it up with evidence. Not everybody is going to agree with you, but some people will be egregiously aggressive when it comes to expressing how much of an idiot you are because you think this and you have evidence to back it up. What I want is just a little bit of civility if we wanted to raise a conversation about something. But some people are completely incapable of being civil, servile, fair, or reasonable. And people just want to argue and spit at each other like cats on a wall. You see, but unfortunately, that sort of thing is a little bit out of my hands anyway. So I might just do some videos talking about gender anyway, because, well, I still have some records about what I wrote about, so therefore it's still going to be worth mentioning anyway. It may be a little bit outdated, even by the span of about 10 years, but let's see how we get on, shall we? So, I hope all of you guys learned something, and I'll see all of you guys again next time. Thank you. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and I welcome all of you back to another Chris Chang Quickie article. And today, ladies and gentlemen, is the long-form discussion of Chris and his health in more ways than one. So, let's get straight to it. Eat less cow meat, grilled chicken is healthier. Vegetables and fruit are a must. Walking or jogging is great exercise daily. Standing helps too. Play some Guitar Hero on guitar. You have to stand while playing, and move a bit for fun and movement. This is Chris's advice for somebody called Ivan Drago. However, whilst technically not the worst advice Chris could possibly have given, however, it must be said that this also has conveniently disclosed or one very specific detail that Chris seems to have blatantly overlooked, and that is drink more water. You know what? Technically, if we're gonna say we're gonna take this by degrees, yes, technically these are good starts. But what about again water? Because let's face it, Chris's incontinence is one thing, and Lord knows what the color of Chris is. In fact, let's not go there. Let's just go to the beginning. Chris, as even those with a cursory knowledge of medicine can plainly see, is not in good health, physically or mentally. Considering his obesity, lack of exercise, and poor nutrition, he has a high chance of developing potentially life-threatening medical problems such as cancer, type 2 diabetes, heart failure, osteoporosis, and possibly a premature death. Although one would argue that Chris, even at this stage, at the age of 44, premature seems a little bit out of the question. Mostly because the word mature is also in the same word. uh, Compounding matters is Chris's habit of applying magical thinking to matters of health concerns, believing that someone's seizures and hallucinations are a sign of developing psychic powers. Up until the moment where somebody does have a seizure, and before you know, it doesn't stop. And listen, I'm just gonna and that he could recover from a high heart rate simply by mental command. Let me tell you guys a very short story that happened to me last week. So I was making my way like back to the car park, and I had to walk through Eldon Square in order to get there. And apparently, once like I got to like Eldon Square, police, ambulance staff were everywhere on the square because apparently somebody was a girl was just sitting by herself on a bench, and then another girl came up and smacked her so hard in the face that it caused her to have a seizure. So and what I'm trying to get from stuff like that is that don't think it's just a matter of it isn't necessarily completely at random, although to be fair, seizures are things that are particularly quite random on in these sorts of circumstances. However, if getting smacked really hard in the face results in stuff like that, then guess what? Well, don't follow these sorts of things too closely because guess what? Do you really want to be responsible for giving somebody a seizure? That's it's got less to do about health and more about the fact that your actions have consequences. In particular, Chris's choice of dieting and nutrition will come back to bite him on his big fat ass. But yeah, just so you know, so you could be completely healthy. You could have literally nothing but water in your system, and you still might collapse forwards, not knowing what's going on. It's kind of sad that it does happen, but again, knowing when and what to do immediately. It's always why it's convenient for me to have like my phone very, very close to hand because if, for example, I was to keel over forward from having a seizure or having some sort of epileptic fit, um, get an emergency call immediately. I don't exactly know if I would be able to like physically or even call for help in circumstances like that. However, I'm not leaving it to chance. And I'm not leaving it to the chance of, well, possibly being assaulted for no real reason, then for it to be brought about by having a medical emergency of some description. Moving on. Diet and nutrition. Put simply, Chris is a fatty. Unfortunately, he continues to deny this fact, and often lies that he cooks for himself often. Chris's diet actually consists largely of fast food from McDonald's, which is admittedly not unlike the diet of many Americans. Sad but true. They say that 85% of Americans living today are morbidly obese. The other 15% are just plain fat. However, he claims to usually only eat fast food salads. Even then, that's a stretch and a half. But the caloric content of these salads often exceeds fast food burgers after adding the sauce that comes with them. His diet contributes in large part to many of his health issues as well as his financial problems. In fact, to be honest, from what I've heard about McDonald's salads, they would have been even less healthier if they'd literally been saturated with potato flour. After spending 3 months in Western State Hospital, his mugshot upon returning to jail on the 3rd of May 2022 revealed to him to have lost a significant amount of weight. This is likely due to Chris completely being unable to beg for money to spend on junk food. That and also, I think the commissionary in prison usually forbids these sorts of things. Chris's diet during those 2 years, was very, very closely monitored. Or at any rate, the food given to him was closely monitored. However, especially because I know that things like contraband or certain other things can be smuggled in sometimes in food. Not always the case, but people will find a way. However, since his release from jail in 2023, he has quickly ballooned back to his former obesity. So, even 2 years in the clink didn't seem to break the habits of a lifetime. And then we fast forward 3 years from his release from prison, and to be honest, Chris is kind of in the same shape as he was just before he went to prison. Hydration and water consumption. Up until 2020, Chris's water consumption was incredibly low, and his primary fluid consumption consisted mainly of carbonated drinks, as revealed by Chris having 8,000 My Coke rewards points. For reference, buying and redeeming a 36-pack can of Coke is only equivalent to 25 points. This data point gives Christorians a metric in determining the amount of soda that Chris actually had consumed. In fact, it is estimated that between the 6th of March 2007 and the 4th of September 2009, Chris drank around 2,500 bottles of Coca-Cola. Meaning to say that Chris consumed at least something about like nearly 3 bottles a day. If this figure is to be determined, it's probably even more than that. Chris's heavy consumption of carbonated beverages is also illustrated in a video of 2009, wherein Chris creates his infamous semen flavored Fanta at the request of Ivy. Chris believed that in consuming his own reproductive fluids, he could recycle his semen and protect his fertility. That is nowhere close to being true, because in the first place, what is it that most foodstuffs usually has to pass through in the body? Oh yeah, that's right, the stomach. Or even if you want to develop the idea that, guess what, semen is technically a fluid, it has to go through certain other organs like your kidneys and everything else before it has to like sort of make its way towards your genitalia organs. My apologies for not exactly understanding the specific definitions, but the point is that there was no way he was going to survive. I mean, with Chris's body almost like nearly 80% cholesterol in the first place, do you really want to risk adding another level of, well, baby fat, I suppose, to it? No, I didn't think so. Chris believed that in consuming he could recycle the products, yes, and he likely thought men were subject to the female factoid of being born with all of the eggs they'll ever have. Or maybe Chris just couldn't afford Kleenex or something, I don't know. The belief in this concept alone gives Christorians great insight into Chris's incorrect view of not only human biology, but of how consumption of food and beverage works in the human body. Now, contrary to his previous practices, it seems that after 2020, Chris's water consumption has actually increased, as he often has been seen with a Glacier water bottle. However, as always these things seem to happen, as early as January 2018, Chris expressed a favouring of water. Inside said bottle is an amethyst crystal, which Chris believes heals him and recharges his powers, as he believes the powers from the crystal are transferred into the water. This may be derived from the ancient Greeks, who believed that amethyst could protect its owners from drunkenness, and drinking vessels made from it would prevent intoxication. This nonsense, however, of believing things that, again, scientists could prove otherwise, would seem to suggest that, again, but actually, to be honest, let's back up 2 seconds. If we were to believe that Chris only believed it in a metaphorical sense, now that might be one thing. However, if that's what Chris chooses to believe, what would it take for Chris to believe in things that are a little bit more concrete to reality? Things that are undeniable, things that we know Chris can't really fail to ignore. For example, if I looked outside my window and there was this huge hole in the side of my car door, is drinking water going to fix the problem, or is the idea of pretending it's not there going to fix it? I don't dissuade the idea of Chris drinking more water. Okay, that's good, but it's about not about what's going to be done like down here, but what it's actually going to do up here. Whilst technically having more water to drink is technically better for the brain in any case, however, it's the things that go on inside his head is the things you have to pay attention towards. I'll discuss more of these things about reality when we get to the section of Chris and reality. I'm almost willing to save that one for last because it's probably, on average, the most fascinating topic of all. Exercise. While my body is strong and powerful, I am unable to run fast without losing breath. 10 seconds in Sonic running speed. Whatever that means, you can't equate that to anything. Sonic is not a real character, or even a real person. So, yeah, in case you're wondering what this is, well, let me explain. Chris has not had any regular exercise since leaving high school, and the lack of physical activity has contributed to his already ballooning physique. Since he barely leaves his house and focuses his time on playing video games, his lack of exposure to the sunlight has left his skin a frightening pallor that starkly contrasts to the dark background of his room while making his videos. You know what? To be honest, if Chris never left his room at all ever since leaving high school, he probably would have been in danger of developing either rickets or nystagmus. Nystagmus, which is very, very uncommon nowadays, but nystagmus is a disease of the eyes, which causes the eyeballs to oscillate whenever they come near bright objects. It's the sort of thing that coal miners suffered greatly during during the 1930s and onwards. But again, it was probably suffered long before this. It's outside of being liable to other things like rheumatism, but nystagmus can more often than not lead to total blindness. However, Chris gets out of his room long enough to avoid the risk of rickets or nystagmus. Not that other concerns haven't done their work, or dirty work. Also, most fat people have strong, stocky legs. This is due in part to carrying around all this weight. But since Chris very rarely, I mean, to be fair, I have very, very bulky legs as well, but then again, I do an incredible amount of cardio exercise when I'm at the gym, whether it's being on a treadmill or being on one of those leg press machines in which you sort of like you have your legs doubled up and you have to push like a huge weight so that you sort of straighten up. I can get it to about 200 kilos, and to be honest, there are muscles developing on my legs that I didn't even know were even possible. It's a fascinating thing if you ever get the chance. And then of course those like the sort of like step machine. You know how this sort of things work. They're basically like treadmills, except they're like steps, and you have to like climb up. The effect of those sorts of things is that outside of the fact that your entire body literally is coated in sweat after 10 minutes, the calves, because like I think the muscle on my calves is probably actually thicker than my actual leg. And I've even had it said that from my own brother that I probably have the thickest calves out of literally anybody he knows. But then again, it's not so much I exclusively do cardio, but it gives a weight to the idea that guess what, um, I can pretty much my legs alone could probably hold me up until the very end of time. Chris, on the other hand, probably would sink into them. Sad, but again true. But since Chris very rarely performs any task more physically demanding than standing up, his muscles have withered away, leaving a body made almost entirely out of fat, as evidenced by his incredibly thin and weak arms that are incapable of breaking wooden sticks and barely capable of tearing cardboard. When questioned about his exercise regime, or exercise generally for that matter, he regarded standing up and playing Guitar Hero as exercise. It isn't. But needless to say, Chris is clearly delusional. Chris never seemed to show interest in actual exergaming titles, such as Dance Dance Revolution or even Wii Fit. Well, Wii Fit is again a little bit pushing it. Then again, Wii Sports is definitely not an exercising game anyway. Dance Dance Revolution is absolutely de facto what it should be. But I don't think rhythm games are really Chris's sort of thing. Beyond if it requires anything more than just pressing buttons on a plastic guitar like Guitar Hero. That really is the only thing Chris likes, isn't it? In Chris's Parappa the Rapper contest entry, where he foolishly chose to dance, he seemed to get tired very easily from dancing for a mere 30 seconds and even stopped recording to take a break. Yeah, not exactly a Starlight Express, evidenced by the abrupt change of position. While attending Fridays After 5 for a while, he danced in public like a stroke victim, then sat down to rest and play some video games outdoors. Despite this, he is capable of dancing in place for over 7 minutes in Welcome to Bollywood. Whether or not he did this with the magic of jump cuts remains to be seen. And to be honest, again, it's one of those things not to look at too closely. Not because you can't, but because I don't know what is to be gained from such a heroic and Herculean task for the eyes. During the later stages of his infatuation with Casey, many of Chris's videos showed a growing obsession with his own physical power. Chris apparently believes himself to be a nigh unstoppable testament to human might, and has made several videos dedicated to flexing and feats of strength, performing Herculean tasks such as lifting boxes of Minute Maid lemonade and almost doing fake push-ups. He appears to believe that he could have defeated both his rivals Greg Mays and Liquid Chris should it ever come to blows, and as such had challenged them to fisticuffs multiple times. Thankfully, however, this has never been taken to the squared circle because it would really would have been the definition of a handicap match. Of course, Chris is once again completely delusional about his own abilities. The push-ups and curl-ups that he's struggled to do on camera only serve to demonstrate exactly how hopelessly out of shape he really is. He's so fat and his muscles are so small that it's never clear whether he's actually flexing, and the fighting moves he showed are laughably incompetent. Were Chris to get his wish and physically confront Greg or Liquid, he would definitely have his ass handed to him. In the Father Call, and the subsequent Casey and Liquid Call, Chris made various claims about having taken up jogging. At one point, he claimed to jog 5 miles, or 8 kilometers, a day. But it didn't take long for Casey and her father to call him out on this obvious lie. The truth is clearly shown in Solitude's Edge, where Chris runs only a fraction of a mile and had to take 6 breaks in order to catch his breath, whereas a person in decent health, and those who probably did a warm-up or got prepared for it in some capacity, would take a few seconds to jog the same distance without having to stop as often as Chris did. Now, to be fair, Chris is no Mo Farah, but at the same time, well, why didn't Chris even train moderately for stuff like this? I don't know the reason for that, apart from, well, Chris just didn't really want to try. Chris's downright pathetic mass culture may at least partially stem from hypotonia, such as a lack of muscle tone, which can occur in people on the autism spectrum. Again, not entirely, because there are also plenty of people I know personally who are on the spectrum and actually spend an inordinate amount of time trying to get themselves into shape. So I don't believe, well, the thing is that again, whether or not Chris actually has hypotonia, it will have to be proved by evidence before we can say whether or not. Or although it is clear that his poor lifestyle has only exacerbated this. Also, probably Chris just didn't really want to do it either. Bicycling. Chris has owned several bicycles over the course of his life, but it is unknown if he has ever rode any of them regularly. The most recent one was lost in the Horde sometime before 2010. Chris has made the occasional reference to biking over the years. In Casey Call 18, he claims to have a scar above his left breast from a bicycle accident he had when he was about 5 to 7 years old. Well, which one was it, Chris? Was it 5? Was it 6? Was it 7? Did you even have an accident when you were biking at all? You must know that, Chris. Chris received a bicycle as a Christmas present in 1995 when he was 13 years old. In his OkCupid answers, Chris claims that he always wears a helmet whenever he rides a bike. Okay, well, I heavily applaud him for that. However, guess what? Actually, to be fair, wearing a helmet is. I see too many people who don't, and I know you and I know that it is literally a recipe for disaster. Because one of these days they will fall off and they will literally be a vegetable for the rest of their lives. No amount of stewing, boiling, mincing, dicing, baking, roasting is going to do anything about it. In Jackie Chat number 6, Jackie asks Chris to make a video of himself riding his bike. Chris claims that his bike is buried among junk and that he can no longer access it. What an absolute... That is such a wimpish answer, Chris. I'm sorry. I thought you were fighting for Jackie's affections. Anytime fitness. At the manipulation of the idea, guys, Chris began exercising and going to the gym. Not entirely sure why manipulation comes into this. To be honest, encouraging people to get a bit more exercise is not necessarily bad, I suppose, but either way, if you want to lay that at the door of the idea, guys, fair enough. Why Chris chose to believe these guys more than anyone else in regards to exercise, I do not know. He was banned from an Anytime Fitness branch due to a combination of complaints from fellow gym goers of Chris being gassy and Weens harassing the gym. Chris later claimed he was still going to another branch. Chris has given no further updates on his gym membership, and to be honest, no real evidence suggests that Chris just kind of stopped, as he always does whenever duress comes to distress. Walking for exercise. Yes, the nature today is beautiful. It was great temperature for a 4+ mile walk up the Monticello Trail. The exercise habit of the idea guy stuck with Chris temporarily, as he continued to go on walks, as seen in Walking to the Post Office, and him mentioning that he goes on nature walks with his Region 10 support group. In December 2018, he purchased a treadmill and filmed himself using it. For the first time in a long time, it would have seemed that Chris had started to pay at least some attention to one facet of his health. However, only a few months into this, it appears that he's left his treadmill to rust. Apparently he needed a new belt to replace it, and apparently he got a treadmill from like a Goodwill, so it was secondhand and probably needed a little bit more TLC, but apparently that's the end of the story on that one. In 2018, Chris tried to sell a Fitbit activity tracker. To the surprise, nobody bought it, and therefore he kept using it. He did manage to equate 23,000 steps on a walk to the post office and back. In January of 2019, he released his Fitbit info to the Brony Babes group. Eventually, though, Chris gave up on walking, mostly using the Fitbit to monitor his sleep. I don't really know what he would need to monitor his sleep. I'm not saying, Chris needs to donate this information to James Madison University, but what exactly does he need to monitor his sleep for? Also, what good would it do? Because surely it would make more sense to actually monitor his walking habits. Surely that makes more sense. However, trying to work out what does and doesn't make sense in Chris's mind is a bridge too far, sadly, and I literally do not have the rest of my life to ponder why. In March of 2021, in a conversation to The Place, Chris stated that he had visited the Ivy Creek Nature Area, a 219-acre nature reserve, and did a lap of its walking track as well as meditating on a rock. Ivy Creek has several trails ranging from 2.5 kilometers or 1.6 miles in length to just 200 meters or 0.1 of a mile. It is unclear which trail Chris took. Mind you, again, maybe we shouldn't be too hard on this. To be honest, getting outside in the real world, surrounded by fresh air and probably plenty of greenery and beautiful scenery, to be honest, that's surely Chris has got. It's not so much. Listen, I'm not saying what's good for the goose should be good for the gander, but what I am trying to say is that maybe a change of scenery would do Chris some good, and I wouldn't. I wouldn't dissuade Chris the idea of trying to like spend a little bit more time in the outside world, or at least just away from other people. Mind you, if it wasn't for the fact that maybe Chris meditated on the idea of doing you know what to you know which, but we can assume that Chris has not really been back there since. Also, how far away is the Creek Nature area from Big Island, Virginia? Anyway, must be some distance, but surely there's got to be other places to walk around Big Island. Brony Babes. Chris began 2019 by participating in the Brony Babes challenge on Twitter with the goal of losing weight. He very, very quickly abandoned it, though, after a barrage of blocks from the fellow participants and voice actors from My Little Pony. And to be honest, all Chris would have had to have done in all of this is just use the hashtag and literally not gone on the LARP on other people in the fandom. You would have thought everything from Doopy Doo over. I've got to have to shut the window again. Somebody is. Even at 1 o'clock on a Saturday afternoon, I still get people outside. For those who don't know, one of my neighbors works in like carpentering and does a lot of carpentering, tiling for like bathrooms, stuff like that. And more often than not, he does it in like his front lawn. So it means that sometimes there will be days in which I can literally, it doesn't matter. Moving on. At least he's doing something, so to speak. Mind you, he's been doing it for 30 years, but never mind. Anyway, moving on. Exercising in jail. According to a few jail letters, Chris's primary means of exercise in jail is playing basketball in the recreation room. However, a letter from a Twitter fan known as Eels and the Eggman also shows that he was restricted from the recreation room, though Chris was not disclosed the reason for this. Any other potential means of exercise for Chris in jail are yet to be revealed. As far as I'm aware of, the reason why is that this seemed to maybe it was the idea that Chris needed to be assessed at Western State Hospital. So in the meantime, they just wanted to monitor his activities a little bit closely and thought that maybe if it was a question of looking into Chris's violence as more things came to light via the jail warden and the powers that be, maybe giving Chris less time around other people or giving him anything that he might be able to use as a weapon. I'm sure Chris would have found. But to be fair, you can make a weapon out of just about anything, whether it's like a basketball, your fists, or a toenail, for example. But let's be honest. If it's for any other reason, we will have to wait to be seen. But as far as I'm concerned, the real reason is because, they needed to study him more closely, and they needed to have him to be a little bit more specific kind of lockdown. Hygiene. I shower daily. Sure you do, Chris. Sure you do. As quoted above, Chris claims to bathe on a daily basis. However, his propensity to lie and reports from people who have interacted with him suggest otherwise. According to Emily, he reeked of rotten watermelons. Though that might also have something to do with the smell of 14 Branch Lane Court specifically. Robert Simmons V said that he had a variant of the homeless person's stank, and field agents have said that body odour masked with gallons of Axe. In fact, it may be that Chris regards Axe as a substitute for a shower. Rose Chew seems to confirm this belief, as upon being told of Solitude's Axe usage, she makes an awful attempt at suggestive wordplay, suggesting both using Axe makes Solitude clean enough for sex, and that cheap deodorant has an aphrodisiac effect on Rose Chew. However, I don't have anything. Moving on. Meanwhile, I just want to draw your attention, guys, to this, where Chris marinates in his own filth. Note that the pale orange-red staining on the improperly cleaned tiles suggests a case of Ceratoria massacranius, bacterial colony, a type of bacteria capable of causing everything from urinary tract infections to meningitis. And by the way, guys, considering that over the last couple of weeks there has been a very large outbreak of meningitis in the south of England, but whether or not it's caused by, specifically unhealthy ways of living or related to any other factor, this is why you clean your shower rooms, guys. This is why you clean every single thing you touch, because look, because there is no excuse for anything like this, especially since Chris, during 2011, was prone to one or two bouts of UTIs. So you tell me if that's not in any way related, because it most probably was. It would appear that Chris compounds his hygiene problem by frequently going for days without changing his clothes. Perusal of his videos has shown him wearing the same shirt for several days in a row. It may be that Chris just gets into nice clothing to make his videos, and as such doesn't get them dirty, allowing for him to use the same ones repeatedly. Although this hygienic habit would be at odds with just about everything else he ever did, or will continue to do. The condition of his epidermal system is so poor that it's visibly noticeable, even in his more low quality videos. The texture of grease that is probably permanently adhered to his skin creates a disgusting sheen that reflects a significant amount of light. The same goes for his hair, which is in such poor condition that when he allowed it to grow for the Tom Girl pictures, many strands were clumped together in greasy, sticky locks, looking akin to the long beard of a homeless man. And even when washed, it looks exactly as greasy and as unkempt as it ever did before, as seen in the hair difference videos. This neglect will only make his hair fall out even faster than it already was. Although, to be fair, male pattern baldness can occur for more factors outside of not washing your hair. It's a part of it, don't get me wrong, but also considering that it like stress, for example, I think has a bit of a role to do with it. Mind you, with that being said, sometimes guys just sort of go bald a little bit earlier than anticipated. I mean, for example, I must admit, I have long since adopted the idea that if my hair does like not grow any thicker like before long, by the time I reach my 30s, I'm literally just gonna go bald, because the longest period I ever had to go for without getting my hair cut was about 8 months, and that was relatively recently because like my hair was like quite short, like I can't really demonstrate, but it was like quite short. But after 8 months, it only just sort of touched the tops of my ears, and I still got it cut all the same. And I must admit, I'm almost tempted to like maybe some point next month to get my hair cut again because I'm kind of wanted to get it a bit short. But as I said before, I think after that the only alternative is just to go bald, because quite frankly, why fight it? It's not I don't it's not that I don't think it's like gonna because I've been bald like 2 or 3 times before, and to be honest, people said it's a look that, to be honest, doesn't exactly dissuit me in the same way that people thought it would. And they both agreed, you know what, if I was gonna go bald anyway, then you know what, why not just get straight to it? For reference, before we continue going any further, the first time I ever went bald when I was only 20. Reference because I wanted to do something quite like raise money for charity throughout Lent. However, everybody just kept saying that I looked insane, but at the same time, I don't pretend to care too much about the opinions of other people, especially because I know in my own mind why I do the things I do, and that's, as far as I'm concerned, all that matters. Moving on. The lack of cleanliness combined with the state of his room, where he spends almost all of his time, means that Chris and his surroundings must smell absolutely disgusting. Chris evidently simply tolerates the horrible odours, perhaps not noticing them anymore. It may be that he has an abnormally weak or insensitive sense of smell, or has just gone nose blind. Few other things would allow for such living conditions. Also, just a lack of care, to be honest, is probably also up there. But it may be argued that, owing to the circumstances of Chris's existence, it doesn't exactly warrant any real level of self-respect. Whether or not this is a theory that is completely over Chris's head, or maybe he's too preoccupied with doing everything except what he should be doing to think about such things. Moving on. Despite his irregular, at best, use of the shower, Chris is reportedly an enthusiastic consumer of hand sanitizer. Mims and Lucas recall that he would scrub his hands with germ-killing jellied alcohol after every post-card game handshake at the game place, doubtlessly offending his victorious opponents. To be honest, whether they did or not, I don't know. And to be honest, I don't blame people for doing it. Mind you, I did this a lot a few years back anyway, so I can't blame them one way or the other. Photographs of Chris at Fridays After 5 also suggest that he kept a bottle on hand at all times. Additionally, Mims and Lucas said in their Q&A session that Chris didn't have any noticeable BO during his time at the game place, suggesting that his odor problems would only worsen from that time onwards. Blue Spike also mentioned Chris's usage of hand sanitizer throughout Julie revealing herself. A 2020 tweet suggested that Chris wears the solitary medallion in the shower. Crayola Model Magic and acrylic paint are both porous when hardened, and as such, the medallion will absorb grime such as soap scum and skin cells when Chris showers with it. Whenever he decided to do it, on the other hand. The medallion, therefore, has grown more and more filthy and discoloured due to contact with hot water. Though, if Chris couldn't tell the difference, it's probably to the surprise of nobody if he could. Chris stated in a November 2021 interview that he was highly encouraged, to shower daily with Bob Barker or Irish Spring soap, a towel and shampoo while in jail, bringing hope that Chris's hygiene improved drastically at the time. Chris claimed that he certainly was very clean. Although, to be fair, the life of an inmate would also imply that what else would there be to do apart from sit and think about all day long what your actions have done? Although, to be fair, that probably wasn't the case because Chris, outside of all communications, both whilst Chris was in the joint versus being outside of it, do you guys think for one instance Chris really did contemplate exactly what he did because it resulted in all this? For some strange reason, if it doesn't surprise me then, it's certainly not going to surprise me now, unless all evidence to the contrary suggests otherwise. I am prepared to say, however, probably not. The only thing that would change in my mind is if Chris just straight up, if it came straight from the horse's mouth. Vision. As evidenced by his oversized, aviator-like glasses, Chris has a vision problem. Judging by pictures of Chris in his youth, it appears that he began wearing glasses around the time he entered high school. The extent of his eyesight problems is anybody's guess. His glasses are often fogged and dirty, thus simultaneously improving and worsening his sight along different feature dimensions. Chris often takes them off when things are getting serious, but keeps them on to read. This is evident in the video in which he reads a letter from Nintendo and his infamous future message video. Chris may also suffer from facial blindness. This may exacerbate some of his current health issues because there are indicators that he legitimately cannot see the way his unhealthy lifestyle has affected his appearance, thus removing an incentive to change. Well, to be honest, the facial blindness may be more of a I think there's a very specific name for it, but for people who are on the autism spectrum, do kind of sometimes have a bit more of this like affliction in terms of how they recognize people. However, if it is a result of things directly related to eyes or to sight, probably it probably wouldn't be out of the question to suggest that Chris does have some sort of disease of the eyes. But as I said before, that's probably as a result of being surrounded in darkness. Um, Either it's whether Chris actually plays his video games in the dark or just plays his video games well into the night with the lights off, in the hopes that he doesn't disturb his parents who are probably fast asleep, is anybody's guess. However, again, evidence to the contrary would have to prove that, well, otherwise. Because nystagmus is one of those things that can develop into total blindness, which we know that's certainly not the case for the time. One of Chris's half-brothers, however, Dr. David Alan Chandler, happens to be an eye doctor who Chris has seen in the past. The last time Chris was known to have seen him for an appointment was the 6th of January of 2004, 22 years ago. Boy howdy, what imagine, it's probably unlikely that Dr. David Allen and Chris have... I don't know if these two have ever met each other ever again after this. Although I think the only other time probably would have been at Bob's funeral. But so, pretty much not seeing one of your half-brothers for 15 years. I mean, what exactly are you supposed to do after 15 plus years? What on earth do you do? Are you happy that Donald Trump won the election for the second time? I don't know. I know to be honest, we know very, very little about David Allen apart from he's Bob's eldest son, and I think to this day, I think he's approaching his late 60s, so he will almost be retired probably in the next few years, to my knowledge. Chris's driver's license has a restrictive condition checked, which commonly means that the driver must wear glasses in order to legally drive. Whether his vision contributed to the numerous vehicular incidents he has been involved in is yet to be seen. However, it is a good bet that Chris should be wearing glasses while driving, for the sake of those sharing the road with him. Although reports of Chris's driving would suggest that he has the level of eye road coordination, probably you would only see in the likes of Baton Rouge, Louisiana. From what I understand through field reports, is that people will literally just dive out without any sort of warning whatsoever. And I've heard that other cities are kind of notorious for such erratic driving. Vancouver, for example, because it is literally pebble dashed with potholes. I say potholes, but they're more like bottomless pits that literally drop all the way down into the nickel mines, somewhere located in the very north regions of Canada. Mind you, with that being said, I've also... again, when it comes to... we'll finish this section for a second. In his C-Log Q&A No More video, Chris's left eye is drooping noticeably, which may imply either an early sign of a stroke or substance abuse. Both of these are plausible due to his obesity and poor nutrition for the former, and his abuse of a black market drug for the latter. The only thing I will say after all this is that I don't really have problems with my eyesight, which, to be honest, I think the last time I even had an eye test was probably when I was about 10 years old, so 18 years ago, and I don't think I've ever had a test ever since. Mind you, also with that being said, I've also been on the roads now with a full license for 3 years, which technically I've been learning how to drive since I was only 20 years old, so basically like 8 years, and I can't say that I have never ever been in an accident or been involved in one whatsoever. But mind you, with that being said, what I have noticed as well is that being so long on the road, because having to drive back and forth from work, I must say, the standard of driving is appalling, in my opinion. Because one night, as an experiment, to and from work, I actually counted the amount of times people darted in and out of lanes without indicating. It was nearly 42. 42 times people just whizzed in and out without any sort of warning or indication whatsoever. And bear in mind, this 42 number equated for the fact that When I was driving to work, it was just a little after 4 o'clock, when most people would be considering starting their journeys home from work. And when I got back, driving home at 1 o'clock in the morning, when there's virtually no cars on the road except mostly taxis. Taxi drivers, however, let's actually, to be honest, let's not even get started on taxi drivers. Let's just keep going. Hearing and speech. Little is known about the current state of Chris's hearing, but the autism papers said he suffered from high-frequency hearing loss in early childhood. Chris has also exhibited signs of tone deafness. His musical performance show little semblance of melody at all. Also probably because Chris doesn't actually listen to the things he does, but whatever. Chris is known for his unusual way of thinking, you got that right, which goes beyond just having a southern accent, or a southern drawl. He mixes up clutters and substitutes sounds regularly. He also often talks in quirks and slurs his words. Or quickly, I should say. How can I not see that? And when he doesn't do these things, his voice takes on a staccato rhythm. His voice itself has a very severe deformity, ranging in pitch from normal to the sound of a 3-year-old girl on helium, all the way to Gilbert Gottfried. Believe you me, guys, I can't take it anymore either. It has been medically proven that one of the effects of autism is a lack of variation in speech, such as tone, pitch, and accent. It can also work backwards, which could explain Chris's far from normal voice. Autistics often have difficulty distinguishing voice tone. Again, not all. I think that's, again, you have to listen to a wide variety of voices to sort of get a range for pitch and other things aside. But no, that's kind of one of those things I don't really believe. However, in a Song of Christian video, his voice sounds almost entirely normal and even deeper than later years, except for the occasional times where he recalls Conker of Conker's Bad Fur Day. However, this voice deformity most likely comes from the fact that he has little to no human interaction. See, such isolation has been proven to change a person's perception of pitch, especially if they are autistic. Chances are likely this has become permanent for Chris, given his decades of isolation. But again, we might cover tones of voice in a little bit more detail when it comes to Chris and oration, because that's more about Chris's ability to speak and probably the words that he uses. Dental health. Chris's fondness for baring his fangs in moments of rage has revealed substantial dental work, particularly on his back molars, which look to have had almost all of their surface drilled and filled to the deal with cavities. It seems likely that Chris takes about as much care of his teeth as just about any other part of his body, and that he'll be needing crowns and other painful, expensive dental surgery sometime later in his life. Although it is difficult to tell, partly due to Chris's awful camera work notwithstanding, in the few instances we get to see his teeth. They seem to be of a strange yellow-brown colour, which is likely the result of large consumption of carbonated drinks and poor dental hygiene generally. In a June 2021 chat, Chris mentions that he had an appointment for a root canal and for prep work to install a crown on one of his back teeth. In a November 2024 tweet, Chris wrote that he had 2 missing teeth which had been broken and then extracted. He mentioned needing $11,000 for transplants, apparently confusing the term with implants. On the 29th of March 2025, Chris did a live stream and said that he wanted at least $50 in donations because of his dental situation. He also claimed that he brushes his teeth twice daily with an electric toothbrush. We have absolutely no idea if he used a toothbrush before or afterwards, or even if Chris was telling the truth. But yeah, you see what the problem with lying through your crooked, yellow, discolored teeth does? It makes you very, very hard to believe. And probably not to mention the smell of Chris's breath would probably mean that something's not really right about this. On the 17th of May 2025, Chris did a live stream and revealed that he finally got the implants for his broken teeth. I'll just say this part very quickly is that for the last number of years, more it sort of more had to do in lines of well when the pandemic kind of like first started, but I take very good care of my teeth, brushing them twice daily, being able to use like mouthwash, using floss, and also one of those little bristly brushes. That the idea is that you get in between because the way that my dental work because when I had braces when I was a teenager, one of the things they did is that they sort of like soldered a piece of wire onto like my bottom back teeth just so they would like stay straight. So the idea of these bristles is that you get in between because there are some places you can't really get because of the wire, but it's so that it prevents a lot of plaque developing, especially around the gum line, which is also a good way to stop things like gingivitis and other gum related diseases. It's really good, and it's anyone who's ever had that kind of like dental care would probably um, be hesitant. But mind you, I think also the reason why I think it was probably about by maybe September of 2019 is when I really started to take really good care of it. Probably because there was also something very specific that did happen back in September 2019, is that was the very first time I actually took out a dental plan, and I've been paying for it ever since. And to be honest, good. I'm glad. There's reason, you know what? I have to see that. Even though I see the dentist twice a year over the span of about 6 months. Guess what? I'm grateful for it because that's what it's for. I think to be honest, I think it's about either May or June. I've got to go see the dentist again. Thankfully, it's literally within my own village, so it's not exactly forking out in petrol or anything like that. So the petrol is just so expensive. Anyway, let's moving on. Cardiovascular health. It is known that Chris's father Bob Chandler had a long history of heart problems. Knowing this, Chris should have realized long ago that he was at far higher chance of inheriting cardiac disorders and related risk factors. Thanks to his poor decisions regarding his own health, he has made an already bad situation worse. In August of 2013, Chris indicated that the stress he's endured has begun to affect his health, citing a symptom of high blood pressure. In 2016, he implied that he had hypertension. This was later confirmed in August 2017 when he stated that he takes prescription medicine for it. In September of 2017, Chris discussed his new method for growing larger breasts. Fantastic, Chris. So, we go from high blood pressure and consuming things in high amounts of saturated and trans fats. That's not meant to be a clever joke, by the way. Trans fats is a real thing. To straight up wanting to put more fat onto your onto your body. Chris somehow couldn't see the shortfall in this methodology. Anyway, so Chris's method for growing larger breasts, which involves flavoring his food with soy sauce. As an example, he posted a picture of McDonald's fries doused in soy sauce. However, it is evident that he has conflated soy-based foods with soy sauce, thinking the latter would be a good way to boost estrogen levels. In reality, the reality that you and I share, not the one that whatever Chris lives in, the phytoestrogens found in soy products do not bind to the body's estradiol receptors, and thus will have no effect on his mabosoms, so to speak. Conversely, soy sauce is loaded with sodium, and said sodium is actually making him fatter due to weight gain and fluid retention, as well as inflicting further damage to his heart, which is already straining under the effects of hypertension. Although drinking water does help offset the effects of sodium-laden foods, Chris is far too busy slurping on Coca-Cola and watching My Little Pony to ever consider adding that to his daily food regime. Although he has been drinking more water recently due to his belief that putting a crystal in his water bottle will give him magical powers. Cuckoo. In January of 2019, Chris uploaded the results of a blood sugar and blood pressure screening. Chris's blood pressure is shown to be 121 over 84, classified as high blood pressure. His blood glucose is 63 milligrams, and his total cholesterol is 140, both of which are surprisingly healthy levels considering his lifestyle. Which, yeah, that does take me for surprise, by the way. I thought it would be like at least 160 or probably 165. In June of 2019, Chris, via his sock puppet account, claimed to have suffered a heart attack and that he had to go to the emergency room. However, it turned out that he had just had a case of heartburn. Dr. McGovern referred it to a gastro issue and advised taking Tums. In September of 2019, during a chat in the place, Chris revealed his blood pressure monitor read at level 1 hypertension. If this is correct, that would mean that Chris's cardiovascular health had declined rather rapidly in only a few months since the January of 2019 blood pressure screening. To remedy this, Chris performed meditation, as well as purchasing potassium supplements and won a salad. It is unknown whether Chris made any long-term changes to his diet, which was something that any doctor anywhere in the world would have told him to do. In September of 2020, during a conversation in the place, Chris complained of blood pressure spikes. Due to Chris being generally incompetent, it is unclear whether these were heart palpitations or genuine blood pressure spikes. Either explanation is a reasonable possibility given the medical information he previously provided. Chris also revealed he was on 4 prescription medications, any of which may cause symptoms that could cause Chris mistaken for a blood pressure spike. 13 days after his complaints of blood pressure spikes, Chris messaged the place complaining of dimensional disturbances, jarring heart rate to high numbers. At the request of Kyle, Chris states that the heart rate spikes have caused brief disablement and paralysis. It's revealed by Chris that his heart rate read than 93 beats per minute at one point during this episode. A few days later, Chris complained of a high heart rate. At Hedgehog's suggestion, Chris saw Dr. McGovern about this ailment, receiving an EKG scan and a standard checkup. He stated that his doctor expressed some perplexed emotions and feelings, but essentially played it off as foreseen. Whatever the hell that means. Excretory health. Chris has a long history of fecal incontinence. One factor likely contributing to this is his diet. His continued abuse of his anus and rectum has also not helped. I don't know how it could, but there you are. Chris also has a history of urinary tract infections, despite the condition being uncommon with men. As mentioned in the previous section, Chris revealed that he had put soy sauce on everything that is not sweet, in addition to worsening his renal health. When combined with the laxative effects of his intake of 12 prunes a day, part of the same breast growth formula, this is only likely to result in a higher frequency of dirty, cramped briefs. Although, as far as we're concerned, Chris has long since shut up about this, and the stench seems to have floated away into the atmosphere of its own accord. Now, whilst there's a lot also, I'm also going to, actually, to be honest, because we've been here for about an hour, I'm going to take a short break. I'll come back in a few moments' time. However, just so people understand, is that we may be skimming over a little bit about Chris's mental health, but just so you are aware, because it'll get its own separate article in time, it makes for slightly disturbing reading, so I'll give you guys a few short moments. So I'll be back very shortly. Okay, I'm back. So, mental health. As noted, Chris has a hostile relationship with psychotherapy. So there is little that can be said about what mental illness he has. Because autism isn't nearly enough to explain the full spectrum of this abject psyche. Many observers have tried to pin down Chris for a variety of mental illnesses, ranging from sociopathy, minus the increase in charisma, to narcissism, ditto, to schizophrenia. Signs include his disorganized speech and writing, loss of contact with reality, and paranoid ideas about being the victim of persecution or conspiracies, such as, but not limited to, his delusional beliefs that Megan Schroeder and Michael Snyder was somehow responsible for him getting banned from Walmart. Or that Chris is spiritually guided and is of sound mind and body despite his admission to what he did to his own mom. The one mental failing that debilitates Chris most is his rigid refusal to adapt to his environment. This stubbornness, although to be honest, that if there is a stronger word than stubbornness, not too sure if it exists or at least exists in the medical world more than anything else, is what makes him so frustrating to watch. He is incapable of advancing mentally beyond the mind of a 10-year-old, with some Playboy magazines stuffed under his mattress. Whatever mental problems he may have are only exacerbated by this stubborn inability to mature or even alter his tactics. For well over a decade, he has been led on by various trolls pretending to be young white women who are interested in a relationship with him, and yet he continually falls for it. It is Chris's refusal to listen or learn that ensures that he will continue to live in ignorance, isolation, and misery. And until he decides to change, it always will, irrespective of whether his trolls stay interested in him at all. It is once thought possible that Chris didn't feel like his life had truly begun, that he was still in his pre adult years, because he remained a virgin until his early 30s. And judging by his oversimplified black and white view of the world, tainted by fiction and media messages, treatment of women, and stunted understanding of sexual relationships, because he saw sex not as a biological or even a recreational function, or even as an expression of love, but rather as a rite of passage, sort of. Whose rights these were, we do not know, and he therefore believed that he wasn't able to truly be an adult until he had sex. Chris later would lose his virginity for real, albeit to a hooker. As of yet, he has made few to no changes that will tangibly improve his life. In fact, he has been plunging himself and into his mom, to be honest, even further into debt by buying toys, of all things, as well as a new car. Needless to say, no one accepts Chris and Bob to be able to afford to keep that car for long. And predictably, they didn't. Since Chris has been pampered and sheltered from basically all forms of outside influence, he lacks experience with the real world. His reaction to the real world can best be seen in his reactions to trolls. Instead of dealing with them in a constructive way, such as taking their advice, or even in a neutral way, either by ignoring them or getting off of the internet, he will freak out, yell at all things that will listen or that have ears, blame his autism or the trolls themselves for his shortcomings, and maybe crush a dildo or his camera. Sometimes both in the same video. He also has a peculiar notion that he is a slim, broad shouldered, and tan human being, and that he has a full head of hair that is genuinely not creepy. This image comes from one of two things, probably both. His mother would always tell him how handsome he was. This might simply be Barbara telling her son what all mothers tell their kids. He has an ability, or he has an inability to recognize people's faces, a medical condition formerly known as prosopagnosia, and informally known as facial blindness. For example, during the Blanca incidents, trolls used pictures of two different girls to represent Blanca, and he never suspected a thing. He thinks that he and Billy Mays would have looked the same if Billy shaved off his beard. In high school, he had to remember his own appearance by staring in the mirror, leaving his more youthful image of himself branded in his mind. The fact that the only distinguishing features of his cartoon characters are hair and eye color also point to this. Although This may just be Chris being a crappy artist. Probably that as well. Some people think that, far from being mentally ill, Chris is just misguided and simply needs to be steered in the right direction. However, in the July 2012 arrangement for his and Barbara's actions at the game place, the previous four, Chris agreed to a plea bargain, avoiding felony charges and jail time in exchange for, among other things, mandatory psychological treatment and evaluation, which meant that Chris was forced to undergo legitimate psychiatric treatment, as opposed to simply seeing an uncertified pastoral counsellor, or risk being imprisoned. Given that most, if not all, of the problems described above persist in some form or another to this day, it seems that Chris, reacted to psychiatric treatment in much the same way he reacted to the education system, which is to say, whatever his psychiatrist said, he took none of it in, probably taking out his anger at being forced to obey the law on the psychiatrist by simply refusing to cooperate. Chris began listening to subliminal frequency hypnosis videos on YouTube in 2016. On the 29th of June, he uploaded announcement 29th of June 2016 2, in which he claimed that the music cured his autism. Anyone who knows anything at all about autism would call bullcrap on this immediately, because that's not how that works. In fact, actually, to be honest, whilst we're on the subject of autism, and I'll explain this in greater detail when we actually get to the autism article itself, because as somebody on the spectrum myself, let me tell you something right now. It's, believe it or not, there are loads of things about being on the spectrum that, to be honest, a lot of people are very, very not ignorant, but just don't really know about, because it goes a little bit beyond ideas with social interaction, facial blindness, and thinking differently. I think it goes very, very beyond these sorts of ideas. Because in the first place, but actually, I'll tell you what. Let's because I had to actually explain it to one of my managers, who told me that in all the time he had ever been a manager, he never actually took on anybody who had what I had. But to be fair, he was very, very reasonable about it, and he was very, very understanding, and was said, "Okay, no, that's fine. We'll just have to, let certain people know, like other managers, about this." But I had always taken the high road in terms of saying that it's not really going to impact my work that much. But if it is something that, company policy and whatnot, that they have to tell people, so be it. I just didn't want people to understand that they had to start treating me differently because of something that was out of my control. But that does actually raise a very good question. Is autism something that is in a person's control? And I go very, very back and forth on stuff like this, but that's a topic for another day. Hey fans, I forgot to mention one thing. I've actually been on a subliminal project, as a lot of you, or some of you, might have been aware of through my history or whatever, that I try to keep private amongst my YouTube settings. But I have been enjoying for the past 3 months the Get Rid of Autism subliminal, the one that actually works. In 3 months, so less than stutters 3 times per day, 36 times. Yeah, Chris, just get to the point, please. I have been doing that. I've actually found myself more mentally capable. I do not blank out as much. I feel a little bit faster in mental processing. And I feel a whole lot better, so that I'm essentially cured of autism. Oh, and also I actually have been able to socialize better out in public. So that's another good deal right there. I'm going to put the link underneath this video, and those of y'all with autism, try for yourself. Play it 3 times per day for 3 months. It worked for me. You know what? Can I just also say before we even just move away from this, and when Chris inevitably, as he always does, backtracks immediately, I'll just say for the moment, Chris, if it was a question of me getting rid of my Asperger's for the rest of my life, no, I'd say I like myself for who I am, and I don't think I would change it. Actually, I wouldn't change it at all. So, no, Chris, I don't think I would listen to subliminal frequency hypnosis in the hope of getting rid of my Asperger's because I don't want to. Because unlike you, Chris, I have never once seen it as a detergent. I just saw it as a way that makes me different from other people. It doesn't make me better than anyone else, it just makes me different. But then again, small minds tend to do, always seems to regard things that are just as easy to scapegoat for the source of all problems. And Chris seems a little bit out of his own mind to think, and a little bit exasperous in his expression of, as long as if I didn't have autism, I would be a perfectly normal and lovable human being. Chris, that's not true at all. And guess what? Considering some of the things that you've done, I would say it goes a little bit beyond failing to understand social functions for some of the things you do. Some of the things you do, Chris, are actively malicious. And guess what? Malignity is not a symptom of autism. But as far as Chris is concerned, they are one and the same. Meanwhile, however, in a November Facebook post, he has back to refer to himself as a high functioning autistic person. Chris mentioned in August 2017 that he takes Valium, a drug used to treat anxiety and nervousness. I took a rest and some Valium after I got back home. I feel some recovered, but feel some mild headache now. Chris on taking the drug after feeling stressed from being told not to wear his unicorn cosplay at a church. To be honest, Valium, Paxil, Paroxetine, Prozac. Why not just get it? Chris's entire body is going to be a veritable smorgasbord of over the counter drugs at this point. Because what else? Actually, no. Do not encourage Chris taking Prozac. Please do not do that. An employee at Earthbound Trading Co. had stated that when Chris was at their store, he was mumbling and talking about things in the store. So, judging by that, he's not doing so good. Although this would suggest maybe Chris was just taking notes of certain things. Maybe stuff like that isn't to be counted too closely. Oh well, it's not. Anyway, sexual health. Oh dear. Bent at a horrifying 35-degree angle, Chris's duck is a thing of almost unholy terror. While there has been much speculation as to the cause of this, possibly Peyronie's disease, or the result of engaging in dangerous prone masturbation, it is ultimately a mystery that will probably never be solved. While correctable, this process is expensive. And probably expensive not just for Chris, but probably for a therapist who probably had to go through the measure of performing what I can only describe as chiropractic levels of maneuvers and exercises in order to get Chris's duck um, otherwise straight. You know, somebody once said to me a few days ago that I'm a trooper for continuing to talk about this, and but even to this day, it's hard to say. You know, keeping Chris's duck straight. I can't say that with a straight face. Not all the money in the world could possibly, or even all the time in the world, could get me to think of saying that with any degree of, yeah, I really did just say that. Oh dear. Oh no. Anyway, yeah, whilst Chris has more important things to spend on, or rather the taxpayers' money. In a correspondence with Jackie, Chris revealed that he was checked for STDs in early 2010. He didn't have any. It's probably because he never. It's probably because he couldn't even get it up, let alone get it in someone. Or at least by this time, anyway. gender transitioning, which we'll be covering this in more detail when we come to the transgender article. Although the debates about transgenderism, not to put it any higher, is still something that is just as much a part of Chris's life as everything else. Although debates about whether Chris is technically accepted by the LGBTQ is just as much for speculation as well. Why did Chris want to do this in the first place? But again, topics for another day in larger detail, and I'm certainly no edge of the matrix. Hormone treatment. Normally, transgender people plan out their transgender transitions with doctors to ensure safety throughout the process, especially if they are taking hormones, which can cause health problems unless strictly monitored to the patient's health profile. And judging by this already, Chris believing that this is an appropriate form of hormone therapy, and Chris does not look particularly very clever generally, but looks especially dumb and unfounded. Unfortunately, Chris has done the opposite. What a surprise! Chris doesn't listen to people and ends up in more trouble. In 2015, he acquired Estrogel, a hormone replacement therapy cream meant for post-menopausal women. It is meant to be prescription only. But Chris got around the requirement to see a doctor by ordering it through offshore pharmacy. Estrogel has several health risks such as, but not limited to, fluid retention, weight changes, rise in blood pressure, disastrous for an obese person like Chris, and blood clots. And that is when it is applied properly via a small dosage on the arm once per day. He even managed to fail at following the directions on the package. And no, I don't believe this is because Chris can't read. To be honest, I think there are people who genuinely can't read and those who just choose not to. It's the old adage of people who can't or won't versus people who can and do. You can hazard a guess as to which one Chris falls into. Probably, probably both can't or won't, for the difference that makes. And then it is applied properly via small dosage to the arm. Anyway, as shown in estradiol application and vibrating bra, how to, in which he slathers the cream onto his stomach like buttering bread, he calls it. Surprisingly, it didn't work. But Chris tried to insist the whole world, and besides, Chris had the comment section on his YouTube videos enabled during this time anyway. Are you really trying to tell me Chris couldn't have bothered to look into? Well, no, he wouldn't. Kim Wilson revealed that he was taking the hormones in May of 2015, and Chris mentioned the drug again as late as August 2016. Throughout 2015 to 16, he repeatedly complained via Facebook posts of feeling dizzy and ill, but failed to connect the dots and see that taking overdosages of a black market drug without a physician's approval could be a reason for it. But then again, rhyme and reason have both left the building, left 14 Branch Lane long ago. They probably left the same day that Paddy sadly died. Sad, probably, but true though. In addition to estrogel, Chris has been taking supplements such as vitamins. He purchased a jar of a Solari female hormone blend SP7C in August of 2016, which is meant to ease menopausal symptoms. Arthur Spatchcock also learned that around May of 2016, Chris was fond of eating fenugreek seeds because he believes it would increase his estrogen levels. At some point in the fall of 2016, he went to a medical professional and was prescribed proper HRT. Something Chris probably should have done a whole year ago, but then again, when Chris decides finally to do the proper thing, he will leave it far too late, and well, sometimes the effects of these things are a little harder to resolve or fix. But What a surprise. Chris doesn't take care of his health. Guess what happens? You play dumb games, you win dumb prizes. Unclit. One day, in September 2014, Chris decided to get a piercing on his perineum. Piercings require constant disinfection while they heal anywhere on the body, even for very clean people. And so many trolls were concerned that considering Chris's general filthiness and the fact that the location of the piercing would receive very little air, there was a serious risk of infection. In December, he shared another picture of his piercing which showed that, while it wasn't infected, the piercing had begun to reject, aka tearing the skin in the process, making lemonade out of lemons. Chris, now in the throes of his trans woman fantasies, noted with pride the tear's resemblance to a vagina, and actually got it re-pierced, without giving the original wound any longer than about a week to heal. Fortunately, Chris gave up on it after it became clear that the piercing was going to be more hassle than it was worth, and removed it for good before any serious harm was done. Now, thankfully, guys, or thankfully, whatever phrasing you want to use, I've never had any piercings in my life. I've considered maybe getting tattoos and stuff like that, but definitely. Okay, I've heard getting a tattoo, like, there are certain parts of the body they would highly suggest you not getting unless you've been experienced. Like, the back of the neck, for example, is notorious for being extremely painful. But I would definitely never get any tattoos anywhere below my belly button or, like, above the thickest part of my thighs, because I am not I am not trusting anybody with a needle anywhere near my groin area. Absolutely no way. To be honest, the most I probably would ever get is maybe shoulders or maybe somewhere on my back. Mind you, I heard back is also pretty notorious because it's not really the sort of place you would go to if you were ever first getting a tattoo. Piercings, on the other hand, definitely not. But moving on. And we go straight into this. Self-inflicted taint wound. In July of 2016, Chris posted about a wound on his taint, announcing that he had gotten it as a result of a subliminal frequency hypnosis video and would be growing a new labia as a result. Well, what happened to the old one then, Chris? Is it because you can't get that? Oh, whatever, let's just keep going. You know how this ends, by the way. However, as the man in the pickle suit, Marvin, later discovered, Chris actually went ahead and sliced himself open up with a knife in order to free the vagina that he thought that was growing within him. You didn't mishear that, by the way. That is what happened. Further, what happened was this. So, according to Marvin, Chris was feeling up his junk and he felt something growing in. He believed his labia was growing in. He knew logically that he probably should let it erupt on its own, because cutting himself open is crazy and he would probably get in trouble. But one night he was drunk and was sad that someone pointed out they didn't have an actual vagina, so he thought he'd help it along. In the morning, he was embarrassed and sheepish about it. Chris is lucky that he posted about it online and got pestered into getting help by going to the doctors by Weens. Because if he hadn't, he'd probably end up in the hospital anyway, fighting off a potentially lethal infection. So technically speaking, in Chris's logic, it was indeed a wound, but his vagina was going to come out and would heal, and everything would be alright. It's kind of like he was a Brundle woman and he was pulling off his old ear and face and stuff, and the beautiful Pam Anderson Christine would be underneath. Now, yes, pretty much the majority of this is correct, that Chris did this because he said he wasn't a real woman and that he was, well, drunk whilst he did this. However, following from all of this, Chris, by the time this is all over, Chris shut up very, very quickly about this, and as far as we're concerned, didn't really mention hypnosis-y frequency videos ever again after this, because it was not probably a good look, especially because probably Chris knew in one way or another that they would be mentioning this again one way or another. Instead, Chris actually chose the best thing in the world, and that was to just ignore the topic online. If only Chris had done this as far back as 2007, then maybe none of this would have been. Maybe none of us would be here. Rejected by a blood bank. In January of 2017, Chris complained on Facebook that he had been turned away from a blood drive for being transgender. He stated that the reason given was the FDA sought to not accept blood from transgender people due to the varying levels of testosterone/estrogen balances in our blood. Chris does not realize how medically sensitive patients will be when receiving blood transfusions, and that it would not be in their interest to be taking blood with hormonal imbalances, especially from Chris, whose blood has been affected by both his unhealthy lifestyle and the dangerous intake of the unsupervised estrogel drug. But what can we say? Any rejection Chris ever faces, he takes far too personally and, well, responds accordingly, despite literally being told what the reason was: sickness. On the 4th of March 2009, Chris revealed that in a video he had been suffering from a bug. Chris's voice is noticeably different. He later told everyone to give Blue Spike a cold virus if ever encountered in public, though he retracted it hours later. Later in the day, Chris would say in a mumble chat that he has been having a sinus infection and possibly also a cold, and that he's been having plenty of orange juice and chicken noodle soup. In another mumble chat the following day, Chris claimed that he had last checked his temperature earlier in the day, rendering a reading at 96.8, presumably Fahrenheit. Chris claims that he will go outside to meet women locally as soon as he gets over the virus. Chris would later be spotted out of the house for church service on March 15th. Mind you, I'm feeling a little bit leery myself anyway. Chris got sick a few months later, in early of July of 2009, having a virus in the throat. He appears and sounds ill during Larry Bundy Jr.'s interview, having a few moments of coughing and noticeably bug bite on his forehead. Chris mentions taking it easy, and that he has been consuming ice cream, lemonade, tea, and orange juice. He also drinks root beer during the interview, a carbonated beverage which likely only worsened his inflammation. On the 15th of January 2011, in an email with Love You Long Time, Chris admitted to lying about being sick to avoid fulfilling supposed promises he had made. However, Chris did claim to have suffered from stress-induced stomach aches and a runny nose from crying during a family conflict. In mid-2014, Chris answered on OkCupid that he often or would never call in sick or work or school when he is not actually ill. Or in work either. On the 6th of February 2011, in another email, Chris retold his week about talking about getting antibiotics for a bladder infection. The past week has been fair, but half week at the end. The past few days, I have been enduring the pains of a bladder/urinary infection. I saw my doctor, and he prescribed some antibiotics for me. It was Thursday night when it started. I felt burning pains at my pee hole. I only got about less than 4 hours of sleep at first. The pains kept me awake. Then I awoke at 3 a.m., and after one set of short exertions, one sitting on the john, I found a bit of blood in the water. I called for the doctor appointment at about 9 a.m. I had been forced to remain at home on the sound experience from my mother, who had similar experiences and similar antibiotic prescription, that I would feel weighed down and stuck at home for a number of days. Firstly, it was obvious that I felt so tired, but I mustered the energy to see the doctor and pick up my prescription, after an hourly wait at my local CVS. I arrived back home at about near 2:45 p.m. I took the first antibiotic pill and crashed on the couch for an appreciated number of hours of less pain interrupting sleep. I awoke later at about 10:20 p.m. Mom has been most helpful in caring for me during this time. After awaking, I felt some mild headaches. I had worse headaches during Friday afternoon as well, and I felt afraid that if I raised myself up, it would only get worse for me. Thankfully, my mother came in for a visit and talked to me. I eventually mustered the energy to get up with minimal pain. Then I went to the bathroom for a number one. Less burning, but I felt pain during the exertion and had to make more effort to push it out. Then, after flushing and washing my hands, I returned to my couch and my mother. She bought me a carton of orange juice and a carton of chocolate soy milk. The vitamins from both have been helpful. As for my ailment today, I have felt better. Surprisingly, the antibiotics didn't weigh me down, so I thought I had overslept and missed church. But this afternoon, I went out, got some tea with lemonade, an almond palmer, lol, and something to eat. After eating, I felt the blood going to my gut worse than I had felt it before, probably the side effects of the antibiotics. I marched forward to take a walk around Walmart for a while. Later, aftershock gut pain shortened the walk, so I drove myself back to my couch with my full big cup of tea, and now I type you this message. Depending on how I feel in due time, I plan on going to the Valentine's dance at the K Centre on the 12th, this coming Saturday, but that's still a wait and see. I feel need to back off for now, but I'll check it again later. Stay safe, dearest. Love, Christian. On the 6th of December 2011, Chris claims that he is sick in a voicemail message, possibly due to the bug infestation at 14 Branch Lane Court around that time. On the 17th of December, Chris mentioned he is still recovering from sickness and emotions. Possibly this was only because, well, his dad had only passed away a few months earlier. On the 17th of October 2016, Chris would make a post on Facebook saying that he has a cold in his throat. Well, I have a cold in my throat as it's worse yesterday and today. Chicken noodle soup, fluids, and rest for me today. Have a good and safe day. The following day, Chris would upload a video begging for money and saying he is sick. Chris mumbles that he cannot raise his voice above a whisper and claims he hasn't been able to for the last 3 days. He also says he has been enjoying chicken noodle soup, but he is running low on both soup and money. Presumably, Chris took a break from paid video requests due to the cold in his throat. On the 21st of December 2016, Chris would make a post claiming he is feeling a burning in his sinus. Basically, Chris is feeling sick. Not much, just possible virus, and it sort of goes on a little bit. Talked about resting, more about his virus. Yeah, to be honest, a lot of this was about Project SNT. It's not really too much reading, but the only other thing to mention is sort of when Chris does mention COVID, which is a bit of an article in itself, but let's keep rolling. We're just sort of wrapping this up. Despite taking the COVID-19 vaccine twice, Chris still caught the virus. 5 times, according to Chris. On the 5th of February 2022, while in jail, Chris tested positive for COVID. Chris journaled updates spanning several days about his current condition in his goddess logs. In November 2025, Chris suspected that he had gotten the virus again and posted about his experience identifying it. Chris's OkCupid answers revealed that he prefers having company when sick rather than being left alone, and that he only likes being read to aloud when he is sick. Body tremors. Chris as Solitude. Everyone, this is a red alert. I am sensing a major problem arising. This body is shaking quite a bit now, and I am doing my best to keep it stable. Obviously, this is not a sign of the dimensional merge, as Chris believes, but rather is likely due to his high sodium diet and poor sleep schedule. Chris goes on to explain that he had only gotten 2 hours of sleep last night, and Kyle attempts to figure out whether Chris just had a stroke or seizure all the while. Chris, uninterested, talks about the dimensional merge. Ah. But during this episode, Chris Shakes lasted from 4:23 p.m. at the time of the first message to 5:06 p.m. when he advised the place that had stopped. Chris also admitted in a March 2021 conversation to The Place that he had suffered from body quakes. In his infinite wisdom, Chris blamed this on the dimensional merge and feeling massively strong energies, rather than his incredibly poor diet, lack of exercise, and him being 40 odd years old. When the WCT asked Chris if the body quakes were powerful or even painful, he responded that they were only mildly more of an annoyance. Chris, of course, did not seek any sort of medical attention or medical advice from professionals as a result of this. Other deformities, well, Chris has mild heterochromia, which he claims is the result of a pink eye medicine that he took in high school. Whatever, he seems to take some pride in this up until the point where he stopped. As of the actual cause of this is uncertain. And what is certain, on the other hand, is that that is, well, as they say, just about that. And that, ladies and gentlemen, was the full the diagnosis of Chris and his health. One would suspect that just like when it comes to mental health, I think Chris Moore has like a contempt for doctors, probably more than anything else after reading all of this. Because guess what? Doctors probably told Chris what Chris always doesn't like to hear, which is the truth. And Chris just sort of sticks his fingers in his ears, goes la 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 until Chris just either leaves or the security are called in to take him away. But still, if this is anything to go by, I would say that, well, even though we've kind of overlined a lot of Chris's health concerns, this is far from the end of it. But that is a subject matter for another day. But in the meantime, I hope all of you guys learned something about what happens when you stay locked up in your room all day long with no light and without access to, I don't know, a proper safe source for water or any sort of real exercise to speak of, and when you start believing in things that you know are not there. But in the meantime, I'll see all of you guys again next time. Thank you. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and I welcome all of you back to another Chris Chan Quickie article, where today, ladies and gentlemen, came over as all Aussie there for a second, because we've been on a little bit of a keep fit kick over the last couple of days. We are talking about Chris and his relationship to nutrition. And to the surprise of nobody, Chris's take on nutrition is more about, well, ooh, no, it doesn't make for good reading, but let's try anyway, shall we? Food is both a biological imperative and a cultural medium for humans. The human body is meant to run on a wide variety of foodstuffs for a balanced diet, and cultures around the world have created a multitude of dishes using available ingredients mostly from animal and plant resources. Most recently, however, food has become industrialized, which makes food cheaper and tastier, to the love of our hero, Chris. Unfortunately, the industrial Western diet doesn't always carry the best nutrition. A wild Chris Sack comparing it to Kronos devouring the heads of one of his children. At least I think this is supposed to be Kronos, and well, what on earth did they do to Chris? Meanwhile, cooking abilities. You may be saying to yourself, how is there so little? But there's even less meat on this bone than you might think, but let's roll with it anyway. Chris claims that he cooks for himself 4 or 5 days a week. No, he doesn't. He just doesn't. Making his cooking a major source of his nutrition. He has said he took home ec classes in school and that he owns cookbooks. However, when Jackie asked him to cook spaghetti, an incredibly basic dish, mind you, in a YouTube video, he dodged responsibility by claiming that Barbara had blocked the kitchen up with junk. So he instead mimed the act and microwaved some canned spaghetti and meatballs. It can be deduced from this that Chris can't or doesn't cook, and simply buys microwave meals every time he claims to be eating at home. And by the way, for those uninitiated, because I wouldn't normally do this, but I've got to try and drag out this video somehow, here's evidence of Chris being able to cook, and it makes for what is probably one of the most hilarious things that you'll probably ever see when it comes to Chris, because Chris's efforts are futile at best and downright perplexing at also their very best.
Footage, let's concentrate on the one spot for now.
Next, in lieu of an actual cooking video, Chris filmed himself miming making spaghetti.
For this presentation, I was going to make some spaghetti live in the kitchen. But unfortunately, I don't have access to the stove because Mama put a whole bunch of crap in the way. So, I am going to mime it.
He's going to mime making spaghetti, by the way.
Put it on the stove. Set it to the boiling temperature. In time, the water's boiling. So we take this box of spaghetti noodles, open up the box, and click, 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 click. Noodles, got so good. Hey, look at that. Trippy, no stiffy. I offer you some non-stiff trippy.
I don't want of your non-stiff
But it's hot right now,
Chris.
so might want to wait a while. Then we drain the water out. We get some plates. Oh, wait a minute. We're serving two. I'm just kidding.
Now, if you like me and you think this doesn't make looks look particularly very clever, it's because you're right. Nothing about Chris makes him look clever, sadly, or rather inevitably. Also, by the way, can we just say at the beginning of this, Mama had put a whole bunch of crap in the way. Why don't you move it out of the way, Chris? Surely if Jackie meant more to you right now, you would have actually just, I don't know, find some ways around this. But then again, taking the easiest way out, the path of least resistance, is nothing new for Chris. But also, you may be forgiven in thinking that Chris actually displays some level of being able to actually cook. Or at least, he seems to showcase that he seems to know what he's doing. But, we'll wait 1 second. Just keep watching.
We don't want any noodles left behind. We'll rinse that out later. In the meantime, here's a good jar of marinara sauce. There we go, I popped the seal.
Well done, Chris. And yeah, by the way, he's not even like heating up the sauce or anything like that in a pan. He's just sort of just putting it all over the spaghetti. I'm not too sure if that's like the best thing to do, but well, considering I'm saying that as he's pouring imaginary sauce over imaginary spaghetti.
And now, some grated mozzarella. Oh, I got a pop still. And And we add other spices from my father's collection, which includes rosemary, garlic, parsley, whatever.
Also, he's not even cooking it with...
And you can make your own meatballs with processed meat and putting it on a tray or something, letting it grow, and then rolling it on with the balls. But they're not so good, not as good, are they? So why bother with that when you can buy your own meatballs?
And yes, by the way, this is the sort of thing that I think when I first talked about this, it pretty much made me what do the kids say nowadays? Crash out. And why is this? Because Chris is trying to pull the wool over your eyes, saying that actually buying pre-packaged meatballs is better than making actual homemade meatballs. Chris is that lazy, he can't even pretend to make something imaginary by not actually putting anything together, instead of buying, in his own mind, something pre-packaged, made in a factory hundreds of miles away, that doesn't even exist, as a substitute for actually for something better and something actually made with care and skill. I hate everybody, and if you've encouraged this sort of behaviour, then I hate you too. Because that just about spits in the face of anyone who's ever worked in the culinary industry, including myself.
We had this package of Swedish meatballs, cooked it in the microwave.
And he's putting it in the microwave. He's not even cooking it. That's not cooking.
And in the end, on at least one of the two plates, you get something like this.
Chris presents a microwave spaghetti dinner on a paper plate.
Thank you, Gio.
So now we can sit down and eat our spaghetti. It is so delicious. It smells so good. You want a bite? Look at this. You want a bite? Very good. Now you better take a bite, because you know what? What's this? What's this? You watching?
You know, the thought of the fact that Chris isn't actually able to actually cook anything himself is evidenced already. But the fact that watching Chris eat, on the other hand, has got to be even more perplexing to the world, because usually, like, pigs tend to chew every so often. If anything, Chris eats like a duck. But then again, I think ducks have some level of table manners, I guess. I don't know. This is hardly the time to start talking about the sensibility of ducks. Anyway, I hope you enjoyed that little detail, but yes, if that didn't improve in your mind, at the very least, Chris, again, there are two types of people that really inhabit this world. There are those who can't or won't, and there are those that can and do. And which one of these you want to apply Chris to, I will leave up to your own devices. Moving on. In an August 2017 letter to Kelly Sheridan, Chris claimed to have taken up basic cooking skills as a way to keep his mind more active. In addition, Bob stopped cooking for Chris after he and Bob had turned down a spaghetti meal after she offered them. A turn down he claimed to have deeply apologized for making it even less likely that Chris eats anything that requires to be cooked, let alone anything that requires time and preparation to be made. Fast food. Now, as a result of his minimal cooking skills, as we've already bared witness to, and due to how even the simplest of tasks tire him out, Chris often prefers to eat out over making food by himself. He is an infamous fast food lover, eating at either McDonald's, Burger King, or some fast food restaurant at least once a day. He has been known to dine up to at least 4 times a day. The fact that he's merely a fat and not morbidly obese with such an awe-inspiring calorific intake and inactive lifestyle suggests a fairly high metabolism. One which will almost certainly not last indefinitely. The frequency of his fast food trips was confirmed in 2015, when a Kiwi Farms user sent him $500 to see what he would do with it. As a result of all this, we take a look at the actual consumption of fast food. Many times, Chris has been shown to be a glutton for all kinds of food, eating excessively in public places and during parties. His complexion also gives insight into his daily nutrition, often showing various signs of acne and acne scarring. According to Chris, he eats more vegetables than any other food group. The veracity of this statement is dubious, given what is known about Chris's medical history and health in general, as well as his tendency to lie whenever he's not doing anything else at the time. During the father call, Chris told Casey's father that he was prescribed Lipitor for his high cholesterol. He claimed to stop taking the drug in fall of 2009. But whether he was being honest, especially given the number of obvious lies he has told about his health in the course of the rest of the call, is uncertain. When Chris admits to going to McDonald's regularly for his meals, including the time in the father call, he will often fall back on another lie that he only eats the salads provided and drinks the lemonade. This is ironic as McDonald's salads were actually proven to contain more calories than an average Big Mac meal, due to the sauce that came with them. Chris also seems to be under the impression that lemonade is healthier because it has, or at least tastes vaguely like, lemons, despite their being just as unhealthy as any other type of soda. In 2016, he began listening to subliminal frequency hypnosis videos under the false belief that they would improve his health. He liked videos such as lose weight super fast, eliminate armpit odor permanently fast, lower your blood pressure fast, hypertension treatment, and produce odorless farts fast. There is no sort of scientific and medical evidence that proves listening to binaural beats can do these things. The only real health effect is hearing loss if listened to at a high volume, and maybe even a headache. In 2017, Chris had a brief online relationship with Jessica Quinn, who was found to have a fat fetish and influence Chris with it. The Sonichu comic features an obese Rosechew in issue 12. After their breakup, Chris consumed a large bowl of ice cream and took a side photo of his gut saying, "This right here was all hers." This marks one of the only times that Chris has admitted that he has obesity issues. The same photo that Chris took about proudly displaying his obesity is also accompanied by a 5-year-old girl far into the background looking over, looking just as confused as probably you and I do as to why Chris is proud of this. Yeah, true story. In 2019, Chris showed us his idea of a salad, mostly accompanied with unhealthy ingredients like bacon bits and croutons. In 2020, Chris claimed to make breakfast omelets / scrambled eggs with ghost pepper sauce or spinach. In October 2020, well, to be honest, I don't really like spicy things like ghost pepper sauce or like anything really with chilies. Spinach, I would more encourage because guess what? It's gonna do less damage to your rectum sooner or later. In October 2023, Chris posted photos of his snack bowl, consisting of fruits, large chunks of dark chocolate, and a liberal amount of what appears to be whipped topping. Chris touted the vitamin benefits of the fruits among the snacks, but unfortunately for him, the nutritional benefit is outweighed by the excessive amount of sugars contained in the bowl. Jail food. Since the jail saga saw Chris incarcerated for quite a while, it's safe to assume that he broke his long-standing policy of not eating prison food and entered the regular diet alongside all the other jail inmates. Chris stated that he liked the selection of food items the jail had for sale. In an October 2021 letter, Chris discussed the quality of the meals by writing that the food's mostly good and well, not perfect meatballs. Banquet diners have better meatballs and chicken is often dry. Well, what are you expecting, Chris? You're in prison. It's not a hotel. Then again, Chris is, they say beggars can't be choosers, but not really much stops Chris, whatever day may be. As of the 3rd of May 2022, following his 3 month stay at Western State Hospital, his weight noticeably dropped since he was unable to exploit the begging for junk food money loophole he once had access to. And his final mugshot taken upon his release on the 27th of March 2023 showed him having shed even more pounds. After exiting incarceration, Chris has regained all of his lost weight, especially underneath his neck. Hydration and water. Now, the idea as to why Chris regained his weight so quickly is because one theory is that either Prater had accumulated money through sales through Chris related merchandise and the money was transferred over to Chris, or Chris's welfare money had been stockpiling all the time while he was in the nick. And Chris saw this and decided to, spoil himself. Hydration and water consumption. Before 2020, Chris rarely drank water and focused a lot on carbonated drinks and energy drinks, which had proven to increase erratic behavior. This was such that an entire page of the Quickie is pretty partially dedicated to just how much Coca-Cola he drank over the span of 2 years. The earliest known case of Chris documenting is one of his high school senior year projects that on the way to Bucks a Million to play a children's trading card game, he would stop at a gas station to fill his sports bottle with some refreshing soda pop. It's very possible he did this once every week and that it was a starting point for his health issues in the intervening years. On many of the days between the 6th of March 2007 and 4th of September 2009, Chris drank about 1.8 litres over 3 pints of Coke every day, assuming that none of it was drunk by his equally obese parents, so he could gain points on My Coke rewards. This represents a grotesque 195 grams, nearly 7 ounces of sugar per day from Coke alone, representing almost 800 calories, or 1/3 of his daily calorie intake. To put that in perspective, Chris drank enough Coke to fill 10 oil barrels in order to get the amount of points he got. Needless to say, the effects are staggering. On record, he apparently consumed a whopping 120 cans of cola on the 9th of April 2008, the 24th of March 2009, and the 15th of August 2009. Wow. Good lord. The fact that Chris still sort of has his teeth is, quite frankly, astonishing. Providing this was regular Coke and not Diet Coke or Coke Zero. Before his arrest in July of 2021, Chris drank tons of water from a Glacier water bottle with an amethyst crystal inside, accompanied by being held together by, metal wiring. While this is, he believes that there are many health problems that drinking water in this fashion alone can cure, such as food poisoning. While this is not actually true, it's at least far healthier than drinking tons of soft drinks. Ever since the discovery of himself being the CPU Blue Heart Goddess, he had used this bottle constantly as a way to charge up his powers, in order to help further the merge into its future stages. The reason he went from the amethyst crystal is most likely the same reason that he uses the amethyst ring in the comics as the main source of power. So therefore, Chris used this bottle as a way to inadvertently making his powers stronger. As of 2023, however, Chris has developed an interest in the popular energy drink G Fuel, likely because the brand is known to constantly release flavors in partnerships with various gaming/media franchises. An unsurprising example being that he has seen looking at Sonic the Hedgehog themed G Fuel cans during a post-jail release shopping trip. Given the canned drink has an average of 300 milligrams of caffeine, the equivalent to about 3 cups of coffee, it's likely Chris may slip back into erratic behavior patterns. Well, it could be worse. Chris could be trying to find, cans of Bang around. Do any of you guys remember Bang or Prime? Neither do I. And with all that being said and done, as far as we're concerned, because there are slightly other niche little articles like obesity and, well, the softwaretic effects on Chris's hair, eyes, ears, nose, shoulders, mouth, knees, and toes. That's all we've got time for today, but what can I say? Um, Eating garbage, and, well, guess what? You are what you eat. So, with that being said, I'll see all of you guys again next time. Thanking you. Yeah, so viewer discretion is advised, ladies and gentlemen. In fact, to be honest, it's not really advised, it's more sort of you've been warned because, well, this is exactly the sort of video you were in for. So, let's get strapped in and, well, make sure to wash your hands or something after this, I don't know. Anyway, so Chris and sex, which is about as horrifying a thought as it sounds. But let's get going, shall we? Chris has a warped view of sexual intercourse, aka hanky-panky and romps in the hay, mostly stemming from stunted sexual development, a sheltered upbringing, and the twisted, disjointed worldview he acquired as a result. He first developed an understanding of sex from watching softcore pornography on HBO at around the age of 16. He describes pornographic films as educational. However, if you were to press Chris harder about what he learned, he probably would be able to say, you put it in the ear or something like that. I don't know. What do you get from listening to Chris? But let's sort of start at the beginning. A good place to start, I suppose. Knowledge of sex. In his mind, Chris has mastered all there is to know about sex, and now regards himself a bit of a guru. He has said that kissing a woman is magical and delightful, sweet and melting like ice cube or ice cream or chocolate, a description he stole from Sailor Moon. Fantastic, great start. In truth, for much of the time he was presenting this advice, Chris had yet to even kiss a girl. What he knows about sex, he's picked up from rudimentary high school sex education or pornography. This has engendered many false beliefs in Chris, which he sticks to religiously. Readers who brave his chat logs should immediately notice what's going wrong. Chris's fantasies are merely recreations of what he has seen in pornos, rather than plausible sexual experiences. For experience, he believed that Casey would become a brutal tit-banging machine, followed by load after load of Navy to the face. Either that, or Chris somehow misconstrued hentai with actual human biology. Chris, you know what? It's not like that. Other examples of Chris's crude misconceptions about sex abound. He mimics female porn stars' sex positions, spreads an imaginary vagina a yard across, you can probably drive a small car through it, thinks that the clitoris is located on the female body where the perineum is located on the male one, and believes that electric shocks to the vagina are pleasurable. He also seems to believe that a woman's vagina is higher up on the woman's body than it actually is. This is undoubtedly due to his experience with his sex dolls. The missionary cowgirl position mentioned in Sonnetu issue 8 is a contradiction in terms. He can't even get the most basic double entendres correctly. Wearing a terrible Mountain Dew parody shirt, thinking it's an invitation for women to try and ride his broken penis. Oh wait, sorry, yes, you know what, we can't even be renewed. They say penis. He thinks that his virginity is a precious and sought-after treasure which women will come in droves to take. He even went so far as to use it as a bargaining chip to haggle with a prostitute. Needless to say, Chris did not win, and believes that mass debating ultimately makes him better at sex. With Chris's slippery grip on language, he is also noticeably confused about basic sexual terminology. For example, Chris told Ivy he had a sticky dream about her. When Ivy asked if he meant a wet dream, he replied, "No, that's when you pee yourself, silly." While he may have the best intentions, not always, but in fact almost never, his word choices unwittingly present him in a very bad light. He refuses to use common terms, either medical or slang, for sex organs, instead calling penises ducks and pickles, and vaginas and vulva china or I'm almost certain that that's not probably racist somehow, but out of a childish aversion born of disgust. In August 2011, Chris said he is into female domination, going as far as to draw Sonichu and Rosechu performing the act in Sonichu issue 10. Fantastic. And speaking of fantastic, yeah, I have to censor this. But basically, this is essentially the female anatomy according to Chris. And by his description, the clitoris would probably is where the is almost just below the belly button. So technically, it's sort of like there's no other way of doing it. I'm gonna have to like do a demonstration. Okay, so my belly button is here. According to Chris, the vagina starts about here, and it sort of ends round about where the groin actually begins. So as far as Chris is concerned, the actual the actual shape of the vagina has somehow gone on a little journey northwards, and as a result of this, you're almost. This means that pretty much the only other way you'd be able to actually technically like really have sex with a woman is if they were just sort of like standing up and they were doing a very very awkward in out position. It's you can't be. I'm going to assume Chris just sort of didn't know, but then at the same time, I don't have any answer for that. How could it's the we'll get into that a little bit later. Anyway, reproductive biology. Chris's understanding of reproductive biology had primarily come from what he had seen in porn, but apparently not even close to a woman's fanny because, of what I just tried to describe. It's fantastic that I have to censor this and I have to do it in the most graphic, non-graphic way possible. It's disgusting, this website. Books on the subject. Chris had obtained a copy of The Ultimate Guide to Sex and Disability, which he had told No about on the 5th of July 2021. As a result of reading the book, or saying he did, Chris came to believe he could mentor people about dating and sex. Chris has especially shown this in conversations he had with Fiona, where he attempts to advise her on how to approach a potential lover when she goes off to college. Lucky girl. Chris had seemed to twist or misunderstand many of the passages found in the book, taking it to be a book on how to perform sex on disabled people rather than one for disabled people. In fact, to be fair, disabled seems a little blasé. How about people who require extra attention? Yes, the ultimate guide to sex and people who require extra attention. Including, but probably not limited to, people who have no idea what they're doing. Or when you try and bone somebody in the ear because you have no idea what you're doing. Moral basis. Straightness. Chris's stance on sexual orientations have always been iffy at best. Prior to his transition to Octomgo, he has shown a fear of losing his straightness. This obsessive demand for people to stay straight has been one of the first noted and exploited aspects of Chris since his discovery. Many trolls had jokingly declared this as an indicator of him repressing his sexuality in some fashion, only for it to end up being the case in the long run. Religion. You have heard that it was said by them of old time, "You shall not commit adultery," But I say to you that whosoever looks on a woman to lust after has committed adultery with her already in his heart. Matthew 5:27-28. Sex was at one point viewed through Chris's eyes by the Bible, or rather by his religion at large, as Chris's biblical knowledge is, well, extremely poor. Chris was, at the time, very, very strict, it would seem, on keeping to the word of God, up until when he didn't, when male homosexuality is in the topic, vehemently stating that he hates homosexuals, but with no hesitation views lesbian porn and approves it masturbatorially. And as of 2014, seemed to be adopting a more progressive view of even gay men and their rights, albeit begrudgingly. In 2015, Chris made a video lamenting his past homophobia and clarifying that he apparently now has great liking and admiration for male homosexuality. What exactly this is, we don't really know. Retconning the vicious homophobic tirade of Sonichu Issue 10 into a bizarre zombie apocalypse, implying that he realizes religion is not an excuse for discrimination. Well done, Chris. It took you only until you were reaching your 30s to find this out, but great job, Chris. Another violation of his Christian morals is the fact that he planned on losing his virginity on the third or fourth date with his true sweetheart. The first girl who will last 3 dates with Chris. That's a lucky girl. That's all I'm going to say. This is, of course, blatant violation of the Christian value of marriage before sex. The Bible also frowns upon pornographers, of which he is very guilty and holds no apparent remorse. These double standards cause many trolls to despise him, seeing as he selectively chooses what to denigrate and what is okay in his own personal dogma. Although, to be somewhat fair, he's far from the only follower of the Christian faith to do so. So, there's that. Despite people pointing out these contradictions, even quoting passages of the Bible, he will deny it. This is most likely why because he goes to a very liberal church. So any question about premarital sex is probably interpreted quite liberally. And Chris believes that his church, and only his church, defines the entirety of religious morality as it applies to him. At any case, when Chris asks Rocky about passages quoted to him by trolls, she only fuels his a la carte Christianity by saying things like sex before marriage is okay as long as the couple is in love, which contradicts Christian doctrine. In summary, Chris picked and chose what parts of Christian doctrine suit his own prejudices and disregards the ones that would interfere in his love quest, even very, very slightly. Mind you, with that being said, Chris's prejudices and discrimination go a little bit beyond, male homosexuality, it would seem. Anyone who wants any references is that Chris doesn't particularly hold a great view towards, well, black people, for example, whether they be both male or female. Something that, to be honest, listen, if I couldn't see, a black woman dating Chris for any other reason, then, well, that's also probably why. Most people don't go into dating people who despise things that they are a part of their identity, or things that are completely out of their hand, for example. For example, I would not be pursuing somebody who hated me for the color of my skin. That's not I could fill up page after page to point out why it's not a good idea to pursue people who are like that. Sexism. Chris seems to consider female sexual partners as a rubber stamped over his alleged sexual orientation, flying in the face of any moral system he's ever had. He announced his desire to upload on the internet a video of his first full sexual intercourse, even if his hypothetical partner refused to consent to it. Fantastic. I'm sure that what? Well, yeah. After further prodding, he added that he would simply hide. Oh, yeah, that's right. He said he would hide the camera because that's gonna make it all okay, and that's not something that's gonna make Chris look um awful. Chris, awful is just the apt way to describe this. Record the event without her consent and blur her face before making the video public. Apparently, Chris seems to think that fake taxi is probably they do it in fake taxi, so therefore, in Chris's mind, that's probably just how you do it. I wish I knew exactly what Chris thought was going to happen when this inevitably hit the fan, but it seems as if it's probably just was not. It was not worth looking into too closely. Meanwhile, in Quick's final warning to the second Quick, Chris indicated that if a woman accused him of being gay in person, he would sexually assault them by demanding they submit a kiss and allow him to videotape the act, possibly as a way of proving his straightness. It's a way of proving something else for doing something like that, but what can you do? It's only becoming apparent the more you look into this, the more you begin to realize it's not because of Chris's autism or even his weight or his odor is why, people would not go anywhere near Chris with a 10-foot barge pole. It's because of literally everything, and I mean everything else that's wrong with him. And I don't know who's ever told Chris this as well, because I know this sort of far too well because I've seen it with my own eyes. Proud and lazy people are not particularly very attractive in the eyes of women. And you know what? For what it's worth, I may as well just divulge a little bit. Well, I suppose we may as well do it now. We may as well try and take some sort of pause for the time being. Is that for those who don't know, I have never been in a relationship in my entire life. I've never had a girlfriend. I don't have any kids. I'm a man of the world, don't get me wrong, but to be honest, that's kind of about it. And to be honest, when it was all said and done, I can't help but feeling like, well, whatever. That was the whole thing about it when it comes to it's just sort of like it's not so much I was expecting anything special, but it was just sort of when it was over, like life goes on. It's almost the only way I can almost describe sex now is a bit like the last time I had a drink. I may have been happy for about maybe an hour or two, but afterwards followed a long headache and I was sore all over my body. And are the after effects of that sort of thing really worth it? Really? Well, probably not, because it's been quite a number of years since I last got my leg over in just about every sense of the word. But yeah, if I'm being honest, it's not all jam. Meanwhile, for Chris, as stated above, a woman is just a living, sentient sex toy, existing only to validate him as a heterosexual, as long as they're straight and younger than him, of course. As opposed to what this inevitably, which was older, dazed, and confused. Chris in the act. Thankfully, you're not seeing this, but it looks more like Chris is trying to perform CPR and his clothes have just magically all fallen off. Leaked tapes of Chris's audio sex with Julie and the infamous sex tape with Kimmy shed light on Chris as he acts out his fantasies. In particular, the sex tape shows how Chris assumes female positions, notably riding on top of Kimmy in a scene straight out of a porno. It seems that Chris's entirety of knowledge about sexual relationships stems from ignoring the men in pornography due to fear of becoming gay. I don't get it. However, it should be noted that in most of Chris's Rule 34 drawings, and yes, they're all of them, drawings and the characters do tend to assume positions which are fitting for their gender. Probably because Chris referenced them for the basis of his comics. That's probably the only reason why, including Chris himself. It might be that Chris adopts female positions, not so much due to ignorance regarding sex, but more because of his identification with the opposite gender. Chris's view of cunnilingus, and boy howdy is that a thing to say, put on full display in for JREyesOnly.mov, involves slobbering all over a woman's vagina. Guys, take this as a grain of salt that they're only describing this and you're not seeing it for yourself, because quite frankly, I don't want to scare people in the way that it scared quite a lot of people when it was made 16 years ago. Despite all his knowledge of porn, he fails to see how cunnilingus is more than just slobbering, but proper tongue action to stimulate the clitoris. In the leaked media, Chris displays that he may have some issues with delayed orgasm. This can either be physiological, such as his bent duck, being chronically overweight, lack of endurance, stamina, his inability to actually know how to perform once, yeah. Or even for that matter, what exactly he's even supposed to do to even get into a rhythm. Which, to be honest, for the amount of adult-related material that Chris watches, you would have thought that Chris kind of would know the A to Zs, from analingus to, I don't know, a porno involving two people who work in a zoo or something like that. I don't know. Chris displays that he may, anyway, despite all this, or there was also psychological in nature, such as performance anxiety, high expectations, intrusive homoerotic thoughts, and subconsciousness guilt about sex, or a combination thereof. This, however, seems a little. This seems probably more closer to the truth, because when Chris did describe him losing his virginity back in 2012, it seemed to suggest that even though Chris did write quite candidly, it may also suggest that, guess what, Chris just kind of, by the time he did it, he was so completely out of shape and his body was warped beyond human comprehension, both physically and in some cases even more metaphorically. But yeah, it makes for slightly sad reading, if we're being honest. Not because it highlights the idea that all of this complaining about sex, and it was kind of a bit of a dud, if Chris was being honest. But I think it's also down to the fact that it wasn't anywhere as good as he thought it was going to be. Where he can lay the blame for this, whether it's because of his physical prowess or maybe he just didn't get into it as much as he thought, is yet to be seen. In the 2018 All-Star video, Chris is seen tugging his duck along to the song. He remains flaccid the entire time. His inability to get an erection is possibly a side effect of HRT. If this is true, Chris will certainly not be getting any hanky-panky in the future. Which, again, is probably something Chris should have thought about long and hard before he decided to go through with it. But then again, if you were to demand Chris to actually think about anything he did before he actually did something, he would usually reprimand you with excuses, saying he is of sound mind and body, when we know that's completely not true at all. During his time losing his virginity to a prostitute, it's worth noting that he first received a blowjob, then demanded cowgirl before possibly missionary later. But luckily for her, he couldn't last very long and finished just after she rid him for a bit. This is important as it points to two big problems for Chris. His first is lack of self-control due to himself finishing far too quickly, and secondly is that he ordered possibly the laziest sex position in the book, so with Mia doing pretty much all the physical exercise and Chris just sort of lying back. The only other thing, and I suppose to defend Chris even slightly in these sorts of circumstances, maybe Chris told Mia that it was his first time, and she was like, "Maybe I'll do something just to see if you enjoy it or not, and then we can take it from there." Now, it might also be true that I'm like just completely talking out of my ass in that aspect, but maybe it is possibly true that's just what Chris wanted, and it didn't quite work out that way. What I am prepared to say, however, is that, well, Well, I don't know. Maybe Chris was just. Maybe again. Maybe that's just the level of inexperience that Chris didn't really know what he wanted to say and possibly what he wanted to do or how he expected things to go. However, and yes, where you don't necessarily need to know the Kama Sutra like front to back in order to actually because listen, knowing and doing are two very very separate things as we all know. It's just in the first real stance of Chris having any sort of practice in having sex whatsoever, it would seem as if well it did more damage and big night and stage fright. It would seem. Chris's second sexual partner in his life was none other than his own mom, and what a sentence that is. The exact details of this incestuous affair are a bit vague, but needless to say, every act described by Chris is extremely disturbing and not for the faint of heart, and doesn't really lack any level of subtle hints at irony, and it's told almost completely straight. So it would suggest that probably Chris was telling the truth about all of it. Um, yeah. And by the way, the feelings of guilt have not necessarily subsided in Chris's mind, but that's a topic for another day. Contraceptives. Confidently, I wear a condom during the second half when I masturbate. I use Trojan or Lifestyles brand Trojan mostly, and I use condoms when I fooled with the LDs as well. What a thing to say to someone. Condoms, or as Chris has called them, raincoats or dicky jackets, are thin latex coverings. I'm not even going into this. You all know what a condom, a rubber Johnny is. Chris seemed to understand the condom as more of a symbol for promoting safe premarital sex rather than as a contraceptive. Aside from promoting safe sex and justifying premarital sex, Chris has also drawn his male solitude characters with condoms in order to censor their penises. Chris has stated that before his third date with Blanca, he'd wear a condom for the first two times they've had sex, only to have non-protected sex by the third date. It's unknown at this stage whether or not unprotected sex was something that Blanca would agree to. Because, guys, let me just actually, no. If there are any women out there watching this right now, if somebody says on the third time they're gonna have sex, he's not gonna wear a condom. If you disagree and says no, you're gonna be wearing a contraceptive or a condom, and he says no, you get as far away from him as humanly possible. I'm telling you this, guys. Women out there specifically, for the record, if somebody does something to you that is egregiously outside of your parameters and you are not in any way comfortable whatsoever, you get out of there. And I'm telling you this because if you do not want to do it, don't even pretend to give someone the benefit of the doubt. That's not really how that works. Anyway, as I was saying, showing that he also believed that condoms serve more as a kind of gateway to pregnancy. Chris had a box of chocolate flavored condoms that he purchased to be prepared for his first time. Given that Chris had had a few different dates from when they expired, sometime in 2010 and January of 2013. And it's fair enough to say is that after, would you suck a 13-year-old dairy milk? No, and neither will they. Chris reportedly also wore a condom that was flavored like green apple while engaging in sex with Mia Hamm. It's not entirely clear whether the condom was entirely successful or not due to him mentioning that a smidge of navy had leaked out after their first round together, meaning he either kept them in his pocket for far too long, the condom didn't fit entirely properly around his bent duck, he became flaccid way faster than he should have, or he's an idiot who mistook a smear of lube or vaginal discharge for semen. Knowing Chris, any of these explanations are equally possible, if not all of them all at once. For those wondering, however, it's probably safe to assume Mia Hamm won't be harboring Crystal anytime soon. Even by some non-existent chance he managed to get her pregnant, she would have been on the pill anyway. Now, again, we can't prove that, but I think it's fair to say it's probably more likely than not. Chris would later reveal to No, as you do, that he was using a condom while having sex with his over 50 girlfriend, who was later discovered to be Bob, his mom. While plowing a woman like Bob would cause anyone to instinctively wear the thickest condom available, then get themselves tested a few times over just in case, and maybe once more if it's not too painful, all of which Chris apparently did, realistically, there wasn't much reason to do so since the risk of STDs and pregnancy was non existent, since both were, at least where STIs were concerned, clean and both were completely infertile. Thank God for that. Moving on. Sexual frustration. Chris has had a yearning to have a girl to have sex with since the start of his love quest in 2003. The first manifestation of this was when he was clawing at Megan, where his pining for her went ignored or denied as any sane person would. Throughout the first half of 2021, Chris's search for a sweetheart had resumed. Chris has expressed great sexual frustration, yearning for a physical girl to have sex with his fictitious sweethearts. According to Kyle, at some point in February of 2021, Chris expressed interest in wanting to get a hooker, something which Chris was once not in favor of. In March of 2021, following a masturbation session, as you do, Chris had a conversation with the Watchman, in which he discussed how, despite not disliking or disapproving of the act of masturbation, he felt that he was born in the wrong gender. In a May 2021 conversation, he claimed that over the years he would continually consume pornography and masturbate to get the hard on. He expressed how, until recently, he felt that he had not fully explored his sexuality, nor any means to stimulate himself, and even then claims to still overthink the process of inserting a dildo or vibrator up his ass. Or, Chris could have, I don't know, just maybe gone to the gym or something like that and exercised his frustration through more constructive outputs that might have been physical in one way or the other. But apparently, no, that's not really what Chris does. Because there is a means of coping with sexual frustration, and as far as Chris is concerned, well, it involves beating his already fractured duck to a bloody pulp. Chris has had a history of masturbating, starting when he discovered he could stimulate his penis by rubbing against a washcloth when he was 15. I don't want to know, and as far as we're concerned, well, Chris admitted it, so there it is. Sad for all the world to know. In 2009, he made use of a wash basin in the kitchen of his house while performing the. You know what? We don't need to know. Anyway, apparently he used a pillow afterwards. In a February 2021 conversation with the Watchman, Chris said masturbation takes 15 long, tiring, and annoying minutes, with my body regardless of whatever method or tool utilized, and it has literally been that long in unenjoyable time since I first rubbed out one while he was that age. And that was long before I ever started on HRT in 2016. So not only is masturbation out of the question, it's more misery inducing. So you may be asking yourself, okay, well, maybe Chris probably at some point just sort of stopped doing it. But then there is, of course, drawing explicit material. As for the drawing itself, I've realised that it was done not only out of inspired fantasy against angst against ED and love for you, but also a major release for my crazy mixed up hormones. If I didn't have the foresight to put my pent up frustrations and feelings in the form of something, I might have become an abusive maniac. So thank God for allowing me to release my bottled up frustrations in a more positive, yet not so politically correct and not physically hurting others methods. This is apparently Chris's rationale for the she came for quick.jpg drawing. That's apparently Chris rationalizing all of this. Chris has on more than one occasion drawn pornography of his own in order to release sexual tension. Chris claimed to Megan Schroeder that he had, in part, created the controversial drawing She Came for Quick.jpg because he felt that doing so would inhibit him from sexually advancing on Megan, as he had feelings for her, and would have become an abusive maniac had he not created the drawing. The fact that Chris had decided to use what was essentially a product of his own pent-up sexual frustration as a means of attempting to get his Encyclopedia Dramatica page down only seemed to leave a much more bitter taste in Megan's mouth after announcing this. During the period when Chris became more sexually frustrated in 2021, he displayed this more openly towards friends, and even on his social media. He sent a picture of his Christian Solitude persona wearing a negligee while giving a seductive look to the WCT and talked to him about how arousing it is to wear one. Is it though, Chris? And also, did anybody remember asking you to tell us? Meanwhile, Chris apparently has made innumerable purchases for sex toys, porn DVDs, and inflatable sex dolls. Relationship with OCs, because Chris is a freak. For a time, partly due to influence from the Idea guys, Chris has temporarily given up on his sweetheart search in order to pursue for being in a relationship with fictional characters instead. Terrific. Wet dreams. Chris has also had his share of wet dreams in the past, particularly whenever he had held strong feelings for his flavour of the week. The first of these wet dreams was, of course, Panda Halo, where he dreamed about the both of them getting naked, having sex, and then Chris finally climaxing. Well, I would have thought so, otherwise it would have gone on to the very end of time. Chris also had a dream where he was in a labyrinth filled with water, where he met a woman and had sex with her. Chris recreated the dream in a Flipnote animation. The strange of these was the one where Chris claims that he almost had sex with the Sonic character Sally Acorn, which had left him sexually frustrated afterwards. Chris talks about another wet dream he had 2 months later, this time on the Sonic X character Chris Thorndyke, aged up and handsome. Chris also expresses the sexual frustration he felt after waking up from his dream too. Terrific, I guess. I don't know what does anyone expect me to say to stuff like that? Then, of course, sex with mother. It had long been joked and speculated by trolls, Christorians, and observers alike that Chris has much more intimate feelings with his mother than he let on. These speculations were confirmed in July of 2021, when screenshots were leaked of Chris detailing to Isabella Loretta Janke his incestuous exploits. Noel later revealed worrying conversations he had previously with Chris about a new over-50s girlfriend he had been using condoms with. We will leave it to you to put 2 and 2 together. And the 2+ years Chris stayed in the clink following his affair, so to speak. Sexual deviance. Chris's skewed basis of his understanding of sex leads to him exhibiting several instances of sexual deviance. Inappropriate interactions with women. To say the least, Chris's social interactions hinder his ability to understand sexual etiquette. Case in point, Chris saying that he would record his first time without a person's consent, and a bit more specific, Chris saying that they would have unprotected sex after the 3rd time they're about to do it. Meanwhile, the P word and age disparity. The P word has always been a touchy subject in regards to Chris. Chris had at first attempted to deny all claims that he was the P word, even creating the new word P-fork as a sort of comeback to those who referred to him as such, apparently being created solely to make the word rhyme in "I'm not a P-fork, you dorks." Chris has also tried to retain this image by removing any references that he maybe interpreted him as being the P word in his Solitude comics. Most infamously, Chris had characters in Solitude issue 8 make comments about dumb laws when Subpoena Rosechew, who was 14 years old, asked to participate in stripping for women's rights. At a glance, Chris seems to adhere to the age of consent, once advertising on his attraction signs that he would only date someone of legal age. Good start. Chris, however, does not seem to understand or care about how creepy it is for him to be attracted to women that are half his age, and seems to see it as yet another barrier for his love quest. Chris has catcalled an artist whom he believes to be entering young adulthood, has made sexual remarks towards Bella, despite her having no interest in Chris, and has shown arousal when Fiona exposed herself to him. Necro doings. While Chris himself has never engaged in sex with a dead body, to the best of anyone's knowledge, Chris has recently been referring to Bob as a zombie-like husk since even before they began engaging in their affair, and that her soul has already moved onto a rose-chew form in C-197, complaining that her lifeless body was still clinging to life and preventing him from going back home, meaning that Chris is at least partially comfortable with the idea of having sex with his dead mother. In another disturbing incident, Chris recorded It's Not That Cold, where he pretends to imitate Buffalo Bill and pretends to get inside his dead dog Paddy. While not engaging in sex with her, he does take a bizarre sexual pleasure in wearing her corpse, or at least pretending to do so since he was too lazy to actually dig her up, including making references to the movie as well. Terrific. Meanwhile, bestiality. We really are plumbing the depths today, aren't we? I can imagine myself doing it with a collie at least, you know, like Lassie. Ill. Just ill. In December of 2008, Chris told Panda Halo he would be willing to have sex with a female dog for her. However, in his interview with Screw Attack Europe, Chris says he's against bestiality, then hoists himself up by his own petred by claiming that Sonichu & Co. are not half humans but all animals, with human form. So technically this isn't bestiality as they're animals having sex with each other. Do you think that makes it any better? I have no idea. No, it doesn't. What am I talking about? Chris suggested that Brian from Family Guy be paired up with any sexy breed of dog. The Red Mane Deer story cites Chris recites a poem in which he wrote about having sex with a deer, but at the end states, this was in fact not an act of bestiality, for you see the Red Mane Deer and I have been communicating with and tracking is really my womanly sweetheart named Jacqueline Romy. The fact that the deer is Jackie is obvious, but in spite of this, he explicitly stated that it was for her at the end anyway. In a photo of the rental house from June 2014, the Chandler minivan bears a bumper sticker reading, I sleep with dogs. What exactly this means is yet to be determined. But what is also to be determined is the question of whether or not Chris is a furry. I am half Sonichu and half Pokemon, thus making me a furry. Not quite, because this was during the aftermath of the idea, guys, and, well, whether Chris could actually be considered a furry was debated for a long time. There are some things that point in that direction. Chris certainly gets aroused by provocative drawings of anthropomorphic animals, at least when they are Sonic characters. And he has drawn unsolicited pornography of his own Sonic recolors. Chris Chan Sonichu is in many ways similar to a fursona, and Chris even role-played the character while cybering with Julie. Finally, in the Giant Penis comic, you can't really get away with how these things are called. I mean, what do you think that one's meant to be about? Chris and Ivy both transform into anthropomorphic animals during the act of sex. On the other hand, Mims and Lucas noted that Chris was prejudiced against a male furry who patronized the gameplays because he just so happened to be gay. Given the high proportion of gay and bisexual men in the furry fandom, classic Chris would almost certainly have been uncomfortable at any kind of furry gathering. In May of 2018, under the influence of the Idea Guys, Chris declared himself a furry. The Idea Guys also brainwashed him into believing he was in a polyamorous marriage with his anthropomorphic imaginary friends Magichan and Quizelle, and Chris believes he has had sexual relations with these imaginary friends. Also, as of note, in mid 2020, he binge watched the Netflix anime BNA, Brand New Animal, commentating that it was very good, but said nothing further than that. While Chris may loosely qualify as a furry due to his obsession with anthropomorphic electric hedgehog Pokemon and ponies, he has never shown an interest in the broader furry community. Oedipus complex. In simple terms, it is the attachment of the child to the parent of the opposite sex, accompanied by envious and aggressive feelings toward the parent of the same sex. Chris has exuded such an Oedipus complex for years, given his feelings for his mother coddling him while also showing resentment for Bob now and then, especially whenever he'd scold Chris for his antics. For example, affair with mother, sex with mother, dreams of sex with Bob, and having the final actual sex with Bob. More on these on another day, when it does arrive. Prostitution. Given how badly Chris wanted to lose his virginity, many observers have wondered why he didn't immediately spend some of his tugboat on a prostitute. Mumble4 from February of 2009 answered that question for a while. There, Chris explained that paying for sex would render the act meaningless, and he was, in a rare display of common sense, afraid of contracting a sexually transmitted disease. Also, because apparently prostitution is, in many parts, illegal in the state of Virginia. Well, at least as far back as 2009, to my knowledge. Needs must, as the devil drives, though. While being blackmailed by Jack Thaddeus in the summer of 2009, Chris attempted to solicit the services of a Craigslist prostitute to bang on camera so he could recover his hacked PlayStation Network accounts. After describing his personal problems to the prostitute, she immediately hung up. Chris was apparently trying to get free sex from the hooker with long, rambling stories about his horrible life to try and garner sympathy. He was genuinely shocked when she didn't offer to bang him out of pity, unaware that prostitutes, by definition, only have sex with men for money. Previously, in March of 2009, Brian Bash had sent a trio of prostitutes to Chris's house, so he would no longer be a virgin with rage. Hilarity ensued. Well, probably not for the prostitutes, they left probably in disgust. By the beginning of 2010, Chris's views on prostitution had further softened. According to his conversations with Vivian G, around the turn of the year he was attempting to save $100 out of his monthly budget to buy himself a whore for his 28th birthday. This presumably was the $100 for a damn hooker he referred to when begging the wallflower for sex on YouTube in March of 2010. Between April and July of 2010, under the name Carlos Chantor, Chris tried to offer himself up as a male escort. He described himself as experienced for her pleasure, with an average body type, despite the fact that Chris was still a virgin during this time. Later, under the guise of his troll persona Jenkins Jinkies, Chris attempted to acquire the contact details of the hookers Brian Bash had previously hired. While it is possible that Chris merely wished to make his disguise more convincing by implying that 14-year-old Jenkins wished to hire prostitutes, it seems far more likely that Chris actually was considering hiring Brian's girls. In April of 2012, a Facebook status leaked in which Chris announced that he was no longer a virgin. Suspicion arose immediately, and this was due to the help of a hooker. Chris provided further evidence suggesting that the girl was a prostitute on the 1st of May when he wrote in a Facebook note that his Virgin Breaker can be found somewhere on the back page, a website known for featuring sex service ads. On the 28th to the 29th of June 2014, Chris openly admitted that his first time was with a prostitute, and that he had sex with her twice. In June of 2016, Chris himself made another attempt to enter the prostitution business, now as a trans woman, going by the name Stephanie Buscakes. Predictably, Chris was unable to find any woman of any orientation who were interested in paying him $100 to have sex either one way or the lesbian way. and Stephanie Buscake's persona has not yet reappeared, much to the delight of everybody. On the 24th of April 2018, while under the influence of the idea guys who had allegedly been extorting him out of thousands of dollars, Chris announced, "Anyone living locally to me in Virginia or visiting Charlottesville, I give you all BJs for money too. Serious." A fan on Twitter messaged him about it, and in their conversation, Chris said, "Consider me a beginner with experience blowing my loving boyfriend, willing to learn and adapt further. $50 for that BJ from this celeb. If he wants butt sex, that will be $100. Cash only." Chris told the Quick Protect Squad member Tings that he was indeed serious about prostituting himself, had several offers, but had not taken on any customers. When asked if he would consider, Chris responded, "A little from column A and the latter from column B." Oh, sorry, I thought he responded, but I have no idea what that means. After the guard dogs rescued Chris from the idea guys' influence, he reversed course and disavowed the prostitution messages on the 7th of May 2018, saying he had been coerced. He further went on to say on the 25th of May that he had been forced to write such things and implied the idea guys had been behind it. According to Kyle, in February of 2021, Chris wanted a hooker and asked Kyle to ask Noel to get him one. Why Chris couldn't just do it himself is a little beyond my knowledge. I really do not know why. And now, incest. And yes, I have to censor this as well. Even though it's not graphic, you can pretty much guess what's going on. I myself did have dreams of having sex with my mother. Chris, circa 2016. Chris has long been suspected of having unnatural feelings about sex and family. In 2007, Chris attempted to shock Encyclopedia Dramatica into submission by posting his own Rule 34 drawings, including one of himself finger-banging a nude brunette woman. ED users immediately concluded that this was Crystal, Chris's imaginary twin sister in the comics. This charge infuriated Chris and therefore became the conventional wisdom. Now, by the time Chris had successfully convinced anyone that it was the real Megan Schroeder in the comic, or in the drawing I should say, the notion that Chris wants to bang his imaginary twin sister had already stuck, and this, as they say, opened the floodgates. Crystal, Chris's imaginary twin sister, as you do, appeared as a girlfriend card he made in his own Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading cards. And her attractiveness and desirability are brought up several times in the Sonichu comics, well after being established as Chris's twin. Chris has shown complete and utter ignorance in matters incestuous before. His electric hedgehog Pokemon are all related, despite their type and appearance differences. They all come from Sonic and the same male Pikachu, apart from the fact that they were all created by Chris and acknowledge him as such. Sonichu and Rosechu, for example, calling him father. But many of them are paid off with one another. Notably, Sonichu/Rosechu, Bubble/Blake, Magi-chan/Sylvana. Simona was technically made by someone else. Banging and some even having kids. Chris's own comic children are a form of incest, as Chris impregnated himself with his own navy, but Chris shrugs off all medical/scientific facts and lists the two as perfectly healthy and autism-free, as though autism is somehow not described as being healthy for whatever reason. Chris first expounded his views on incest on the internet on the 31st of January 2009. The day when I turned 11, by the way, so, happy birthday to me, I guess. During the first Mumble chat, when it was revealed that he did not fully understood the meaning of the word incest, while he showed aversion toward incest in the chat, his condemnation of it was rather lukewarm, saying that he would only definitely discourage that, and that lesbian incest is possibly okay, due to no reproduction being involved. as though that's not the only thing that they were worrying about. Compare this to his statements about male homosexuality from the same chat. I hate homosexual males. I'd sooner have a sex change before I would ever turn into, well, that. Or his statements about male homosexuality from earlier that month, saying that he would make it a crime and force its practitioners into having sex with members of the opposite gender. A year later, Chris's views became even more staunch. When a correspondent in the mailbag pointed out that Chris's state allows cousin marriage but not same sex marriage, Chris furiously denied it and wrote, "Cousin marriage is just as terrible and unholy as marrying your own mother or father." When another correspondent responded to Chris by saying that he is happily married to his cousin and that their marriage is indeed legal in the state of Virginia, Chris answered him by saying he was destined to hell for his relationship. Not realizing that cousins are just as wrong as incest between parents and their children or between siblings, and that all of those relationships were condemned in the same part of the Bible, which is not actually true. But we're not quite finished yet. The incest fix. In February of 2010, Chris notably did not react to an extremely NSFW ad of himself on the Wikipedia, depicting himself fingering Bob like he did with a former friend in a certain illustration, despite reacting to an ad claiming that he was dead. During the Idea Guys saga, the troll convinced Chris that Magi-chan foretold of a prophecy in which Crystal would be born by Chris mating with Sonichu. He also informed Chris that if it was drawn, he wouldn't have to do it in real life. Chris complied for whatever reason I don't know. Chris didn't have to do it for any other reason, and he just sort of did anyway. Anyway, during the nonsensical issue 13 of Sonichu, incest is unsurprisingly everywhere. From Chris Chan Sonichu getting married to Magi-chan, to Chris and Sonichu rapping each other. To the Watchman, Chris chatted about how he was upset over implications of incest in the Sonichu family, stating that he had written a piece to dispute the incest BS. In a Facebook post from January of 2020, Chris reiterated his opposition to incest, writing, "I personally seriously disapprove of incest and would never practice it at all. And the bottom line is, incest is never wincest. Epic. Ugh." In November 2023, Chris replied to a Twitter post that asked him if he could list examples of what he meant by strange ideas and dreams. Chris stated that he strongly disapproves of incest fanfictions involving himself and characters like Sonichu Prime and Rosechu Prime. He also criticized fanfictions with him and his mother. He said some people thought about or wrote those stories before July of 2021, in reference to the incest call being released and his arrest. He claimed he does not support them and believes such ideas are wrong, and warned that thinking about them could lead to negative consequences in other timelines or realities. Dreams of sex with Bob. On the 10th of August 2016, Chris posted a response to a mother-son couple who were arrested for incest. He admitted to having dreams of having sex with his mother, but never acting on them ever. Yet. Among other things, he also implied that incest offers a chance for better teaching the child how to better satisfy their eventual partners. As this is in stark contrast to his earlier condemnation of incest, which raises the question of whether Chris was being true and honest, but changed his opinion later thanks to the growing degeneracy or the likely possibility that it was just all for show. I have a few things to say in response to this article. The child was over 18, and surely the mother has talked it out with him beforehand. The child might have had social problems, or a situation where socializing or going out to socialize with other people was a greater difficulty. Financial situation to prevent paying someone else to come over and help out in the situation. Moreover, it was the lifelong affections between parent and child. Also, the mother probably could not bear any ovum for children anymore. Anyhow, who among everyone in this world has not had a dream of having sex with one of their parents, never acting on them ever? I myself did have dreams of having sex with my mother, although incest is quite a controversial topic. But there are circumstances where there would not be so much harm as one may think, feel, or believe. The child is over 18. The mother is unable to have any more children at the time. Birth control and protection is available and can be used. In the case of father daughter, birth control definitely should be used anyhow. Also consider if the child is adopted, not as much biological, but not so much practice. And nobody wants to end up being a 20 or 30-plus-year-old virgin. I know. This is a huge enduring pain unless the sex act was abusive, hurtful, or would result in an unwanted birth or of a physical or mentally challenged child. I would not judge or persecute the parent and child. I would encourage the child to socialize more, maybe make it easier for the child to meet more people his/her age. Do not send the mother and son to jail. It should be noted is that Chris's troublesome gal pal Kim Wilson immediately left a comment saying that incest was nowhere near as harmless as Chris was making out, and Kim also encouraged Chris not to think or continue, or even to say any pursuing arguments about having sex with his own mother, and that it was not worth partaking in. Chris said that he would and was not going to and would not, even though Chris eventually did. Meanwhile, on the 13th of September 2019, while role-playing as Magi-chan, Chris would describe Bob as a guilty pleasure waifu. And finally, the actual, well, not quite the end, but the actual act itself. While the prospect of Chris having sex with Bob was joked about for many years, most people did not believe Chris would actually go through with it, before the incest call was leaked. There were numerous warning signs of what was to come, mainly being the fact that Bob would force Chris to spoon her in bed for many years, and telling Mia Hamm that the sexual massage he gave her was the same that he gave to his mother. Their actions around each other have indicated a history of an incestuous interest. However, many just assumed that this was a combination of Chris's autism, making him act inappropriately, and Bob's infamously controlling behavior. After the incest calls were leaked, it was revealed that Chris had been engaging in regular sex with Bob every 3 nights or so since the 27th of June 2021. His seduction methods included giving her full body massages while making attempts to finger her, kissing her on the lips with Bob refusing to open her mouth, and Chris making psychic connections with her before, during, and after their romps in the hay. It's also noteworthy that Chris refers to Bob as Barbie-chan, almost exclusively now. Whether this has something to do with her supposed anime fanfiction characterizations, a bizarre pet name, or Chris trying to subconsciously distance himself from their familial bonds is unknown. Rap. Chris was very apathetic about the idea of consent, and to a larger extent, the act of rap. When Panda Halo told him she was rapped by Clyde Cash, he reacted nonchalantly. He even thought it would be appropriate for Panda to move in with her rapist, which is technically in line with certain archaic Christian principles, maybe 2,000 years ago, but definitely not now, whom he called a good man, for regretting the rap and being willing to take care of the ensuing child. Later on, long after the Panda Halo saga was over, he would wish her and her rapist a happy marriage. In iPods Down and Listen Up, he didn't seem to realize that his improvised lyrics detailed a sexual act would almost certainly be construed by others as rap. Chris eventually compared his ordeals with the trolls, particularly during the classic era, to rap in his Facebook posts. Since Blue Spike's most infamous incident involved an act that could be described as sexual abuse in front of several people, this is admittedly a fitting description. As far as Chris being a potential rapist is concerned, The situation was more complicated. For starters, as explained earlier, he admitted that he drew SheCameForQuick.jpg to prevent himself from acting on his sexual impulses against Megan Schroeder, who had previously scolded him for inappropriately touching her. During a particularly disturbing chat, he, incognito, suggested that the trolls try to convince him to rap Rocky Shoemaker. He also evidently saw no issue with rap being fraud, or rap by fraud, essentially having sex with someone while tricking them into believing you're somebody else, meaning they didn't consent with you. As seen with his comic book counterpart, when he travels forwards in time to have sex with his future wife, Lovely Weather, in the guise of being his future self, whom is definitely a different person in the future. During the Casey calls, he attempted unsuccessfully to lure her to his place in the guise of being Liquid Chris, again seeing absolutely nothing wrong with that. In all likelihood, though, these parts of his behavior are most likely explained by the keys to understanding his behavior overall. His ignorance about the world and his persecution complex causes him to be quite naive about how bad rap actually is. With the Rocky situation above, he likely said that as part of an odd roundabout scheme to get the trolls arrested. But it's still pretty messed up that he'd even suggest something like this, let alone telling her about it. After the fact. In one of the Casey calls, Chris states he believes that abortion in cases of rap should be the choice of the victim, and that they should not be pressured by others in their decision. Despite joking about how uncomfortably close he was to his own mother, few actually believe that Chris had it in him to commit an act of rap. For instance, he tried to kiss Emily and gave up when she said no, showing that he does understand the importance of consent, or at least he's used to. Unfortunately, it seems that as of 2014, he has decided that he won't take no for an answer, and basically molested Catherine during their second outing by hugging her and burying his head in her breasts, even after she flatly told him not to. This gets even more disturbing when you consider this email, where Chris outright says that he's entitled to a relationship. Also not helping matters was Chris kissing multiple guests who posed with him at too many games, regardless of consent, which ultimately got him kicked out. Furthermore, it was argued that Chris didn't have a history of violence conducive to attempting sexual assault. Aside from his habit of dishing out threats he can't possibly carry out, hitting Michael Snyder with a car, and macing a manager in the chest, Chris is physically very weak and unfit, and simply could not overpower an able-bodied person. The only outcome of him attempting it would be a swift knee to the duck, followed by a rousing round of America's favorite game. Interestingly, Chris's details in announcement 29th of June 2016 that he wants all men to stay at arm's length distance away from him. Along with showing the insecurities he possesses concerning men, Chris seems to think that he is an attractive enough trans woman for a man to consider rapping him. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is the whole basis of everything you need to know when it comes to Chris and sex. And this deviates a lot, by the way, guys. And we do mean a lot. But the biggest thing to take away from all of this, guys, if there is only one thing, is that, well, if Chris gives you that look the other way. And don't think for 1 second that Chris hasn't thought about it, because why else would he be giving you that look? And I think it's one of those cases where it goes of so far beyond autism and failing to pick up on social cues. This one seems to be almost out of pure malignity. But with all that being said, I will see all of you guys again next time. Thank you.